Unless it is a cinematograph, invented by the Lumiere brothers, again. The problem is how to invent it again, how to reinvent the conditions that would be conducive to a flowering of the cinema. I know what it takes. It takes a totally different kind of communal experience. It takes passionate spectators. And it takes priests behind the silver screen.
I totally agree with it. I can do it for myself personally. And even if you have a million people watching the same movie on their computer screens, I know how to do it. The mere power of imagination. I can put a private cinema around me. It's more difficult when it concerns a whole society. And this is a problem to them. This is why I think that it is one of the functions of television series and fantasy movies. They organize public experience in a way that has nothing to do with cinema. For example, at one point after 9/11, when the American government tried to introduce an official public fair, there was an outcry against it, and people said, let's do television fair. People thought they can pray while they watch Grey's Anatomy. So it's not that I don't believe in cinema, but cinema is part of a much more general problem. The problem of collective experience. Cinema is just one aspect of it.
From a different perspective, I think that in the last 30 or 40 years, there have been fundamental changes in the way how people conceive of time. It has become much more condensed and accelerated. We are not aware of it, as it happens by imperceptible steps. But I'll tell you what happened to me very concretely. I am making a film now, on location, in the jungle in Peru, for $350,000, which is no small budget. You can't even make a car commercial for less than that. And we have 5 cameras, 4 helicopters, all the best people from Germany and the USA, and all kinds of logistics. All these things together make it an expensive film. But one of my main jobs was cutting expenses, because we don't have the money. And all these requirements were very quickly set in place, by myself and the others, like, we need 2 helicopters, with pilots and sufficient fuel reserves, and so on.
I know what you are talking about. I experienced the same thing. You need to cut half of your ideas and then cut again. And then again. And again. Yes, this is the paradox, isn't it? How do you cut it?
I have to be brutal. If a single person is called away on some pretext, then all the camera equipment will have to stay here, in the jungle. I have seen people die because they had the wrong equipment, and this is the most important thing in life. Here we have to be brusque and brutal and decisive. Just like a mountain climber, who has to decide right then and there, which route to take down a steep mountain. And if he chooses one route, and it turns out to be too difficult, then he is dead. Yes, the life of a filmmaker isn't worth 2 cents, if production costs should continue to rise. No private person could ever stake this much money on a film project, like Paramount did once with a single film by Kurosawa, that cost $8 million. If a private person had done this, he would have lost everything.
No, I agree. How to try to raise the money, how to cut it, it's a nightmare. I think that this is the exact opposite of what you would expect. Because usually I like to think that cinema is the art form that best enables our confrontation with the absurdity of life. And now with all these cuts and so on, it's becoming the art form of the absurdities of imposed economic imperatives. Yes, it's an irony.
It's just like in the Renaissance, when painters had to hide their work from the powerful families and from influential people, so they could paint frescoes on walls. That was the only place where they were free. And all this political turmoil and religious upheaval, in a sense, freed the painters. This is how it is right now with filmmakers, who are in a similar position, where they have to work in great isolation, in hiding. And what's going on is pretty interesting, I would say. Yes, we live in very strange times.
I think that even in this context of crisis, I see at least a certain redemptive quote in the fact that there is so much bluff in Hollywood productions that they are so artificial and when I watched Avatar, I was deeply touched by its emptiness. At the same time, it gives me hope. With all this bluff, the Hollywood system is losing control. Something new will come out of it. This is the paradox, but I don't think that it is as bad as it looks.
Not at all.
Alright guys, we are ready to start a little early, thankfully, this time. I guess I should go to the intro section here. Yeah, ready to start here. We have some results rolling in. I don't want to jump into that too yet because I do have a couple of gags today that I want to share with you guys, which we will be using to hold together the live stream for today. First off is, as usual, I've got a nice, awesome. So hopefully everybody can hear me okay. If you guys can't hear me, if it looks like crap, whatever, let me know. I'll do my best. So yeah, we're streaming down here. Okay, great. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. The production quality is a lot better for the streams. I do think I have the soundboard, but I'm not sure if I can't hear it every time I hit the button, but it says that it's playing. I'll try. I don't know if you guys heard me there, but yeah. I can't hear it, but I'm not sure if you guys can hear the soundboard. I probably won't use it too much because I can't hear it. In any case, yes, as usual, I like to have a assortment of things to drink. I expect this to take a long time today, so I have a collection of drinks here. It's filled with ice and snow because it's negative 20 degrees Celsius outside. Not sure what that is in American temperature. I probably should, considering we're talking about American stream. But today the beer of choice is actually an Italian beer. I don't know what it means. I've had it before, though. It tastes good. So you just don't really think of beers and Italians going together that often. So cheers to everybody. I hope it's going to be a great night. And down the hatch. Alright, I'll put this on the table back down. So for my next gag that I have to hold the show together, as I said before, is I've taken a page from Michael Scott. And I have... Ready? Is that what this is? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Moretti. That's what it is. It's good. It's nice. In case, as I was saying, I've taken a page from Michael Scott, and I have two bags here. I've got a blue bag, filled with items in case the Democrats are doing well, and I also have a red bag. How am I going to do this? Probably over here. And that is if the Republicans are going well. I'll show you what I have in each. And the whole point is I'm going to put them on the desk so you can get a visual representation of who's doing well and who's doing not. So in the Democratic bag, we have a blue soda because, they're blue. This is a berry lemonade soda. We're mild fans of the Democrats. I'm not a big fan of Republicans. I don't want them to do well, but I don't like the Democrats hugely either. We have rainbow glow sticks is another Democratic item. We have a zebra because I couldn't find a donkey. So, and then lastly, we have a hammer because I don't have a sickle. I just have the hammer. So those are Democratic items. And like I said, as time goes on, if the Democrats are doing well, I'll put various Democratic items on the table. And next, in our Republican basket, we have a red soda, of course. This is strawberry lime soda. We have we have a football, a red football, because, you know, the Republicans love football. We have an elephant. I was actually able to find an elephant instead of just a zebra. And then I also, lastly, I've got a toy gun. I'll probably open this up if they start doing well. But I've got a nice a dollar store toy gun. And then, of course, I have this ball that's just got poop on it in case, you know, shit starts hitting the fan. Any case, so yeah, those are my items that I have. So we shall see. The New York Times needle died. Speaking of which, yeah, we'll jump over to the results here. And we shall take a look at what exactly is going on. Oh, crap. This is going to be a little bit awkward here. Yeah, probably should have done this beforehand. But, you know, if you were expecting professionalism here, I don't know what to tell you. Wrong button. Once again, really showing it up here. This is the most important window is the one that I forgot to set up beforehand, of course. Anyway, let's see if we can move these around a little bit, get a good position for us all so we can all see everything clearly enough. Okay. Let's move these guys down. And I think that'll do it for us. Let me just jump me up a little bit. I like to be at the top here so I can overlay myself over everything. Okay, so you've had the opportunity to have a little bit of the results come in. Over here, is this the needle? Yeah, the needle has died. We've got no estimates on the New York Times needle as of yet. Before this died, this had basically it was a toss-up for the Senate, slight leaning Republican for the House. So that's pretty much what my estimation is going to be tonight. I think it's going to be a pretty close election overall, but I think the Democrats will retain the House, or excuse me, the Senate, and the Republicans will win the House. So let's see if we can actually get some real results here. I don't care about that. Are you guys really gonna make me subscribe to see this shit? You guys can go to hell. You guys can go straight to hell. I don't know if you guys know about the way to get around this, but you guys are going to learn the way to get around shit like this. So hopefully this will... My big worry is if I turn that off. Okay, good. At least we can see what the fuck is going on. But it might turn off some of the widgets and whatnot. So there you go. That's if you guys don't know, that's the trick to get around ad blocks and whatnot for news sites, is you turn off the JavaScript or what have you, and then you'll be able to access the site. Unfortunately, it does take away some of the functionality. I don't know if this is because New York Times has died, or it's because, I've turned off the JavaScript. So let's move over to Google. That actually has some real results. Go to GitHub to bypass them clean. How do I do that? I don't know. Is this a new way? Maybe it's the way I've been doing it is like the old boomer way. This whole time. So anyway, we can see things are going slightly better for the Republicans so far. We've got 2 seats lost for the Democrats, 4 gained for the Republicans. Oh, it's a Chrome extension. That we're not, I don't know if people. We'll save that for later for where we need. Excuse me. If we need to have an adjustment here. Oh, excuse me. I thought that at first. I thought this was Ted Bundy instead of Ted Budd going for the U.S. Senate. Are you guys gonna bring me to? Okay, good. We actually can. Excuse me. Oh man, I'm drinking beer too fast. I'm getting too much carbonation. In any case, so we can get some numbers on the Senate at least so far. We've got what is our percentage reporting here? 53% reporting in Georgia. This is the Associated Press via Google, standard enough source, easy enough to use. In any case, with 50% of the vote reporting so far, we have Raphael Warnock. Yeah, he's been around. Good old Sly's been around for a little while. But it's interesting to see that Raphael Warnock's off to an early lead so far with 53% of the vote reporting. Usually I've been following elections for a long time, and I feel like in the States what usually ends up happening is that the rural areas and rural counties will report first for whatever reason. Maybe it's just that there's less people there, so it's easier to count. For whatever reason, the rural precincts generally report first, followed by the urban precincts, which over time start to. Nice, awesome. It's always good to be back on YouTube, but yeah, over time the urban areas start to report, which usually lean Democratic. So over time, the Democratic lead usually ends up getting bigger and bigger. So looking at this right now, this does give me some of those 75 people. Nice, good job, man. I mean, the one thing actually, I'll be honest, when it comes to elections, I always felt like the midterms were kind of superfluous. This is something that I feel like the United States does that no other country really does, is have a midterm election like this. And just having 2 years for a congressional term just seems so small. It seems like such a small amount of time that what the hell can you get done in 2 years? So I mean, I do like elections from a standpoint of watching them, because it's a fun it's like my sports essentially, is watching elections. But for in terms of getting shit done, I've always felt it as something that's kind of weird and a little bit unnecessary. But what can I say? Americans love their elections. Any case, now that we can see at least things are looking good so far in Georgia, the next one I do want to see is, do we have anything on Pennsylvania? This is the one that everybody has been talking about, everybody's looking at, and I personally am really rooting. I really do hope John Fetterman wins. This is my one real hope for this evening, is that he pulls out a victory here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, if I recall, that was the deal in 2022. 2020 as well, not 2022 as in the year, but that they wanted people to vote, the Republicans that is, wanted people to vote in person rather than mail-in ballots. I don't know what the deal is on the ground this time. I always felt that was kind of a one-off situation, given the fact that you're voting in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, so you kind of had to do things a little bit differently. So yeah, obviously there's a heavier emphasis on mail-in voting, mail-in ballots as comparison to this cycle, but we'll see. But yeah, so with only 13%, we do already have quite a lead for John Fetterman. So like I said, I really do hope that he pulls this one out. This is one that I'm going to be, why the hell am I talking into the bottle while I'm talking? Any proposition stats. Are you talking about in Arizona there, Surf? Because I don't know if we have anything even out of Arizona yet. I don't know. We'll look at it. But anyway, I'm just looking here to see if we have any more. And this is another one people are kind of watching. I would really like to see Senator Ron Johnson go down, but you know, it's Wisconsin is it's a weird state, man. It's a weird state, so I don't know if I don't know if he's going to go down tonight. I wouldn't want to make any predictions on that. The only blue. I know what it's like to be the only lefty in a sea of right wingers, and it's not always fun. But you make do with what you have, and it's really helped me at least kind of sharpen my skills. But so far we don't really see anything. I haven't really been following the election here in New Hampshire, the Senate election in New Hampshire. I imagine it's probably going to be a. Yeah, I figured they just closed because Arizona's in the same time as we are, so they probably either are closing very, very shortly or have just closed now. So, yeah. Do we have propositions here? Polls? Are these just polls? Yeah, these are just polls. This is not really helping me. We'll go back to results here. See if we can garner anything out of the House. We have any. Why didn't I run for office? Because I'm too weird. There's no way people would accept me. And plus, I have seen like personal friends of mine run for office in both right-leaning and left-leaning parties, and they always come out of the experience like feeling like their soul has been kind of sucked out of them, and it's much more enjoyable to me to be on the sidelines talking about this kind of crap rather than actually being in the physical fray of politics. I'm wondering if just join the NDP slate here. It would be a good election to run next year for the NDP here in Alberta because I think that they're going to do pretty well. I'm assuming that these blue sections are areas which are locked. Here's our infinite conversation. I also have a nice Twitter thread here pulled out of political journalists and whatnot. And see if we can see any good information coming out of this. When it comes to the House, really, they're already projecting Josh Shapiro as the winner of Pennsylvania. That was fast. That is a fast call. Let's see if we can get more information on that because that so far has been the biggest thing that I can see happening. Okay, Governor. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Wow, yes, okay. They are definitely calling this one quickly. With 14% of the vote reporting, they're already predicting that Josh Shapiro, not related to Ben Shapiro in any manner, both Josh and Ben would like to make that exceedingly clear that they are not related. But in any case, that is a fast call out. So if that's the case, you know, when we go back to our Senate race here with John Fetterman and Oz, it's not that much different. It looks like John Fetterman is only behind by a couple points, which certainly would indicate good tidings for him going forward. Mastriano basically wasn't running a campaign. Yeah. I don't know anything about the only thing I know about Mastriano is that he was like really big into like the Jan 6 stuff. Like apparently he was there and like really big into the whole election denial bullshit. That's literally the only thing I know about the guy, and that Josh Shapiro was not. That's pretty much the extent I know of the governor race. Like I said, much more interested in the Senate race here. Yeah, let's see if we can get anything else here. What's this here? This is 2 hours ago. Wait, what? Oh, okay, no, this is from Chan 6. Never mind. I thought this was like just happening. Doesn't look like we've got any big. Oh, what's this? We have to pull the needle off the page. Oh, this is the dreaded needle has fallen off the radar. I mean, how are we gonna figure out what's happening, guys? Without the needle, we're basically lost. Basically, throw in the towel. Wonder if these guys have anything more that they are reporting. Why? Okay, Republican wins in Wyoming. Projected, yeah, incumbent. Nebraska, which was South Dakota. Okay, of course, Chuck Schumer is projected to win the Senate. Of course, Democrats are going to win in New York. It depends on the region, right? All that I'm seeing right here is that all the regions that were going to go blue have gone blue, and all the regions that were going to go red have gone red. Especially this is what we're going to be seeing right at the start, because the races which are going to be called early are the ones which are exceptionally lopsided. Damn, bros, we lost Wyoming. Yeah. We're going to have to pull up. Yeah, it's bad night. Bad night. I still am not at a point yet where I'm ready to put an item on the table. I'm still not at a point yet where I'm ready to say that one side is doing better than the other or not. We've lost Wyoming. We've lost the election. Let's see if we can see anything else here. We're looking at an issue with our estimates in Louisiana. Okay. I don't know why that would affect everything, but I guess it does. You guys, get your shit together, New York Times. Like, you have one job, which is on election day to post a needle of what's happening, and you can't do it. Let's see. Yeah, let's go in. Let's see some of these numbers here. I mean, I do expect that the Democrats would take a bit of a beating in New York, considering the last governor of New York. So I would not be surprised if the margins are a little bit not as close. But what do we got here? Oh, Governor of New York, 10% reporting. We've got 71% to 30. Almost 30. 29% for Lee Zeldin. Great name. Fucking great name. Let's see a picture of this guy. There he is. What a beauty, eh? What a beauty. This guy looks like fucking, like just some actor I watched in like one of the sitcom or something like that. Oh, what am I drinking? This is Moretti. Mastriano wanted to ban abortion. Yeah, I mean, and there's definitely some states where that's gonna go far. I don't think Pennsylvania is one of those states. Uh-oh. These guys, the election center, are saying, I don't think we're seeing a red wave. So that doesn't mean that the Democrats, or excuse me, that the Republicans aren't going to come out on top tonight. It's just not going to be a tsunami, which is what, I think a lot of people were thinking. I mean, at the start of the year, everyone thought the Democrats were going to get crushed, but now it's definitely not looking that way. Now let's check in with the 538 live blog. Any Canadian beers I'd recommend? Man, I'm like coming up because all the Canadian beers that I would not get called all week. Jesus Christ! I mean that is going to be a long day. Um, but yeah, all the beers that I like are they're all like microbreweries from Alberta and BC. So I don't know if they are available in the United States. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Arizona, but they do always take forever to count. Bounce power, anything here at 538. Doesn't look like the. I'm not gonna sit and read all this crap. Give me a goddamn graphic that I can, absorb easily and quickly. This is what I want. Um, Let me see. Key race. What are your guys's key races here? 538. I would be interested. I would be interested to know. You guys show me. Steam whistle. That's actually a good one. Steam whistle is a good one. Oh, nice. Okay, polls closed just now or no, 22 minutes ago. Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, New York, now North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin. Man, I got a little bit of a phlegmy thing going on. Very annoying. I'm assuming, okay, these are up to vote here. Does anyone have any bets on this at all? Like I said, my prediction is Democrats are going to eke out the Senate. They're going to lose in the House. But, that's a pretty easy call. I do think looking at what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia, we might see now with 63% of the vote counted, uh, Raphael Warnock remains with a comfortable lead over Herschel Walker. Yeah, so that's good. That's another one I am really looking at is this one here in Georgia. I mean Herschel Walker should do much better than he's doing, but he is kind of a terrible candidate. So if he wins, like I said before, I'll be sad. I'll be sad for Americans if he actually ends up winning. But yeah, he's losing so far, so it's good. Do we have any? I like to see. Here we go, governor. I like to see some of the governor races too, because there are some big ones that I'm looking into. Arizona is obviously a huge one. And no, I don't have any real money um, posted on this. I am not a gambling man. That is for sure. My brother is the gambler in the family, not me. So let's see if we can. Okay, they are calling it for Ronnie D. Ronnie D is that one. I would have been shocked if he lost, but you know, Charlie Crist is. I think he used to be governor of Florida or some shit. I'm not 100% sure. I know that he is a pretty big wig up in Florida politics. So I thought he would maybe give Ron DeSantis for his money, run for his money, but that doesn't look like that's what's happening there at all. Georgia results. Oh, this is another interesting one. Yes, of course, I forgot the governor race in Georgia. Stacey Abrams making another run at it, and right now she is behind, which is probably not a good sign considering that Warnock is ahead of where she is polling. So that does not bode well. Excuse me. That does not bode well for her at all. Mm, Blake Masters. That's right. That's Senate, right? I don't honestly. I won't lie to you guys. I don't care about the House as much in terms of like the nitty gritty. It's for the House. It's just all about the raw numbers, like, and maybe some of these like big personalities getting reelected, like Ocasio Cortez and Taylor Greene and shit like that. They're the only people I'm really interested in terms of the House. Um, don't forget Blake Masters. What? fucking state is Blake Masters in? Man. Still not seeing anything. Well, Masters. Oh, that's governor, isn't it? Oh no. I am not. No, it's Senate. Yeah, Masters versus Kelly. Okay, yeah, there we go. They're trying to bring out as many people as they can. I know it brings in another level of fun, but that's just not my jam. All right, but yeah, so in terms of Senate, it doesn't look like we have any new great big announcements coming in. This is another one here. Whoa, look at this here in Ohio. Let's check this one out because this has been a low-key race that people haven't, that originally people weren't really looking at, and all of a sudden kind of blew up into this race, which was very, very close. And yeah, as we're seeing, 50% of the results are in, and it's a dead heat. It's complete dead heat. These two guys are separated by only, what is that, 2,300, excuse me, 23,000 votes, which is a tiny percentage. So it looks like Ohio is going to go down to the wire. Let's see if the is the needle back yet? No, the needle is not. The needle's not back yet. Very unfortunate for us all. What are we gonna do without the needle? I'm gonna put these guys in a new tab here. I want to go back to our big list and see if we can see any new updates. Because if we're gonna get any really live updates, it's going to be from here. Florida looks like a total nomination for Republicans, which is good news for DeSantis in his 2020 ambitions. That is unfortunate, but I mean, Florida has been tracking more and more Republican pretty much since the 20th century dawned. That every election cycle, it seems to go just a little bit more towards the Republican panel. A bit of sheep. Oh, okay. Wins re-election. Just some minor House people that we don't care about. Oh, man. All right, guys. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to put the first item out. Given what I've seen so far of this night. Jeb, yeah, that's the real winner, right? It doesn't matter. All of this is irrelevant because we all know that Jeb is going to win in the end. But given what I've seen so far tonight, I think the Democrats are exceeding expectations. So I am giving them the first item. How can I? There we go. You get the zebra. The zebra's on the table. So, yeah, so far it looks like the Democrats are outperforming expectations. But that being said, there's still a lot of night left to go. But so far I'm not seeing anything that indicates a red wave. And that is one of the issues that the Republicans, I think, had going into this election, is they had the bar set much, much higher than the Democrats did, because everybody came in and expected them essentially to, sweep the table. At least this is what people were saying initially at the start of the year. Then it started going back to being like, well, maybe it's going to be closer. And then kind of going into the election, I was seeing more people saying that the momentum is on the Republican side. So anything less than them doing exceedingly well basically means that they have fallen short of expectations. But like I said, there is still a lot of night left to go. But so far, what I'm seeing is not the red wave that I'm sure Republicans were hoping for. But I do think that they are going to have some successes going into the rest of the evening. But that being said, Trump thinking of a 2024 run. I would be shocked if he doesn't run in 2024. To be quite honest, he has been, yeah, he has been indicating as much for a very, very long time that he is going to run in 2024. Basically, even if they indict him, which is kind of the new rumor that's floating around that he's going to be indicted shortly after the midterms here, that I don't think that he is, he's still going to run no matter what, essentially. And maybe he's trying to beat off the indictment maybe a little bit by running ahead of the curve and announcing that he's going to run. So let's look at the House. Do we have any real flips or movement in the House yet? They are not. It's not really telling me. Let's go. I do really like the Google map here because they tell me right away who's gained seats and who's won seats. Or no, that's not the right map. Okay. U.S. House. There we go. Yes. Okay. So right now, the Democrats have lost 4 seats. Republicans gained 2 seats. So if this were a red wave, I would definitely probably be seeing more seats flipped at this point. So yeah, if this were a red wave. But that being said, they will still most likely take the House at this point. That is just, that would be the real big thing tonight is if the Republicans don't gain the House. Oh, what a disaster for them that would be. And the Democrats kind of have the opposite problem that the Republicans do, that the bar is essentially set so low for them that holding on by the skin of their teeth will be considered a victory. So, they are kind of, I think, benefiting from a mixed match in perceptions. Ooh, ballot measures. You really want? Let's see if there's any great Arizona ballot measures. What are these ballot measures? Amendments to the Arizona Constitution to allow legislature to amend or repeal voter-approved ballot initiatives if any proportion has been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. God, that sounds like that could lead to a lot of bullshit. Amends the Arizona Constitution to require citizen ballot initiatives to contain a single specific title. Man, they got a lot of props going on here. But yeah, we don't have any. We don't have a okay, wow, setting interest rates on medical debt. Very important stuff. Actually, this is important stuff, but it's kind of getting a little bit too much into the weeds here. You were saying, Surf, that a lot of these props are, you're watching them pretty closely, so. Oh yeah, let's see. Do we have any great California ballot measures? Allows Native American tribes to offer sports betting on tribal lands. Big one. Definitely got to vote in favor of that. Legalize sports betting with Native Americans. Regulates the staffing of kidney dialysis clinics. Man, like, why are people that is like a really very specific thing to be voting on, I feel like support tax to support electric vehicles, uphold states' laws, upholds the state barring the sale of flavored tobacco. Well, at least they put that one to a vote. That's a weird one, isn't it? I always found it weird to ban flavored tobaccos, but the needle is returning. Well, we might have an idea of what's happening. Whoa. Okay, they got the Senate as a direct toss-up still. House leaning Republican. Key races here. This is anyway, not really helpful. And again, I think it's probably because I turned off the JavaScript. Either way, let's go back. Let's see some of these big Senate. Excuse me. Yeah, that's true. The media has been very quiet on this issue. It's pretty shady. Pretty shady, if you ask me. So, in terms of Senate, we have Fetterman still leading in Pennsylvania now with almost 25% of the vote reporting. We have Fetterman has come down a little bit, but still maintaining a comfortable lead here. Let's go back to Georgia. Georgia, Herschel Walker is coming up. He is nipping at Raphael Warnock's heels. What are we at now? 61% of the vote reporting, and it is getting closer and closer. So that is definitely something we're going to be keeping an eye on. But yeah, this is a race that's going to go down to the wire. Looks like Ohio. Looks like JD Vance, right? That's the guy. Yeah, JD Vance. I always I always have to double check because like JD Vance seems like a made up name to me, almost. In any case, he is eking ahead slowly now, with still at 49% of the vote reporting. Interesting. Oh, they're calling the Senate race for Bennett, are they? Colorado, Mike Bennett. Is he the incumbent here? That's one thing they don't tell me, is it if he's the incumbent or not. I think, yeah, he is. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it looks like they're going to call Bennett in Colorado. That is not one I would be surprised about. Again, Colorado is kind of the opposite of like a state like Florida or Ohio. They're a state that has been progressively getting bluer throughout my lifetime. I remember this used to be a state that was definitely clearly in the toss-up category a decade and a half ago. But now this is definitely, I would say, a lean Democrat state for sure. Interesting. So in terms of, let's go to the governor. Let's see how still Brian Kemp. Okay, Brian Kemp looks like he's running away with it in terms of the governorship in Florida. Stacey Abrams has fallen behind considerably. Although, yeah, they are still looking like Josh Shapiro is dominating in Pennsylvania. I wish it would say which specific states have been won and lost at this point, because we've got 2 governorships gained by the Democrats and 2 lost by the Republicans. I wish that it had it showed me exactly. Anyway, yeah, George Bush won Colorado in 2004. So yeah, it's definitely been going more and more Democratic as time has gone on. Let's see, when we flip back to the House, still very, very close here. Very, very, in terms of who's winning and who's winning, who's losing, it is definitely very close. There is no clear advantage, I would say, quite yet, but the night is not over. For Democrats, they picked up Massachusetts and Maryland. Thank you, Sly. Massachusetts. Yeah, they won that one pretty comfortably. And Maryland, they won pretty comfortably too. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's Maryland. Looks like Greg. Let's see how Greg Abbott is doing versus Beto O'Rourke. Unfortunately, this is another one that I definitely did not see Beto coming through. Beto is an interesting politician, honestly, for me. I kind of like him, but I also recognize the fact that he's totally super cringe. Like, he is such a cringe guy. But I don't know. I kind of find that endearing almost a little bit about him. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna be. I don't think he's gonna be governor of Texas or getting rid of slavery for crime. Oh, I see what you mean. For in terms of if you commit a crime, you have to work it off via the state type of thing. Yeah, unfortunately, we're getting to a era where you have to really be able to mobilize the base. It seems like it's almost like this idea of appealing to the other side. That's gone. That's long gone. That is an era, or that's an era of past politics, and present politics is all about energizing your base enough so as many of them come out and vote as possible. I like how that we still got Lee Zeldin here, even though he is yeah. How is old Lee doing? Let's give this a check. He's not doing so hot so far. See if we have anything new here. Happy memories. Don't care about that. Sorry, guys. Ken Paxton. Nothing really interesting there. Look, Bennett won the race for Senate in Colorado. Oh, there we go. We've got Brian Kemp defeating Stacey Abrams in the governorship. Looks like that is going to be an official call. Yeah, it looks like outside that and them calling Colorado for Bennett, there is not a whole lot of updates there. Let's see what these guys have to say. I've been liking what they have. John Fetterman only has a 53% chance of winning. Ugh, jeez. Okay, this was our projected winner for Wyoming. Yeah, I know. He is definitely a bit of a grifter, but I mean, let's be real. Yeah, all politicians are fucking grifters. Let's see here. We do have, so yeah, that is definitely sad seeing Stacey Abrams go down. It looks like she's gone down by quite a large, by quite a decent percentage point, by quite a decent margin. And that is making me tempted to say, now we're starting to close in on some tight races in Georgia. Man, Fetterman also slipping a little bit. Yeah, definitely starting to see some things I don't like. I don't like right here. Oh, actually, here is some good news. Ron Johnson losing so far, coming out of Wisconsin, with 28% of the vote reporting. Yeah, let's check that. Let's see what the Alabama Senate race was. Katie Britt Man, closer than I thought. I thought this was going to be like 85% for the Republicans in Alabama. This is John Kennedy. This is the Call It Crackhead guy. My favorite political ad of the cycle. But yeah, if even if they pick up if they pick up Wisconsin, the Democrats it is, and Pennsylvania, that would be a good night, I think, for them. They'll definitely have to in order to maintain where they are. But yeah, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to go back on the fence. I think the Democratic momentum of the evening has been blunted a little bit, so I gotta put a Republican item on. Maybe I should. I'll adjust the camera later, or maybe find something that I can put them on top of. But yeah, so I think I'm going back to saying that we're really close. We're even now in terms of who's got the momentum. Yeah, we should watch. I mean, I am tempted to watch some of the crazy ads, but I have heard like people getting copyrighted and shit like that for playing political ads in their live streams and whatnot, and that just seems like, yeah, that seems like a dangerous game to play. Let's see what else we can find here. Oh yeah, I just want to go back to the results here for the House. I want to see if we have any definitive gains or losses. Still nothing really in terms of the House. It's still coming in very, very slowly and still looks like it's going to be pretty close. Uh, yeah, I'm not willing to say he's got Obama vibes. I mean, that's high praise, I would say. This House, they still have leaning Republican. Yeah, DeSantis crushes Christ, first in Maryland and Massachusetts. Yeah, we are coming down to the wire with some of these results. And unfortunately, we don't really know what's happening. At least not yet. Let's see if we can see anything here. I mean, oh yeah, I wanted to see. Speaking of Colorado, I want to see if Boebert is gonna win. Uh, Oh, please let her lose. She's losing. She's losing by 4 percentage points right now. I don't think that she'll probably still win, but yeah. And so it would be a great thing to see her lose tonight. I need more beer. There's still lines in Arizona. Yeah, doesn't that happen like every time in Arizona though? I remember hearing about that in like 2020. That in 2020 I remember they called Arizona, like Fox News like made an election call like that, and it definitely shocked everybody because if I remember correctly, at the time there were still people like in line waiting to vote, and they're like, how, why are you calling the election when we still have people in line waiting to vote? God, that was so wild. That election was just so wild. The needle's back. Oh, okay. Woof, woof. I mean, we were all lost without the needle. What do we got for the Senate forecast? What do you have? Yeah, Nevada is even. Georgia. And yeah. Georgia, they have leaning Republican. Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't really have any new information here for us, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah, that would suck, and sometimes that happens in Canada too. Fortunately, they actually changed the system here, where they now stagger the results so that polling closes all across the country at the same time. So essentially, in the east, you go to the polling places, they open up a little bit earlier, uh, and then close a little bit earlier, and then it's reversed for the western part of the country. So all the results come in at the same time. It didn't used to be that way, and people in the west would essentially know who the prime minister was going to be before they had even had the chance to go out and vote, and that sucked, big time. That sucked. Still, no, uh, no one winning, no one losing, or in the Senate at least, in terms of no seats declared won or lost yet. Obviously, someone's winning and someone is losing out there. So, oh yeah, let's see if Large in charge, Marge is how she's doing. I would be shocked if she lost her district. Isn't she like in a super safe district where basically the Republicans could run, any person or any inanimate object and essentially win? Yeah, they've already declared her the winner. Excuse me. GA 14, 66% of the vote. How much is that? 77% reporting. Yeah, she's obviously got that in the bag. This is like, look at this. This is like rural Georgia, like as Republican districts get. So yeah, she knows her base and she knows how to pander to them. That is for sure. Who is winning? Who is winning in Wisconsin? Not Wisconsin. Wyoming. Um, Georgia will probably edge out to Walker. IMO will be a runoff. I don't know. Because Georgia, you have to reach 50% if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, it's like going back. It's extremely close in Georgia. Let me just pull up the Senate map here. Yeah, now we've got it switched to Herschel Walker is now in the lead, um, with what 66% of the vote reporting. So this has definitely gone the opposite way, where Raphael Warnock has lost a lot of his lead. Excuse me, he's lost all of his lead as the night has gone on. So yeah, right now, Warnock looks good. I mean, I hope you're right there, Sly. You are definitely more of a Democratic homer than I am. I'm like a pessimistic leftist a lot of the time. I always vote on the left doing worse than it seems like they're going to, just because at this point in my life, I've watched left-leaning candidates manage to, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, as they say, time and time again. So I'm become a little bit jaded on that front. Over to Ohio. Yeah, it looks like JD Vance is slowly running away with it. Back to Wisconsin. Still have Ron Johnson losing ground a little bit now with 34% reporting. That would be great to see him go down in Wisconsin. Yeah, this is not a red wave by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. Yeah, you are pessimistic in real life. Yeah. Me too. I do, and I do think they're going to recreate it in 2023. because the conservatives have just, they're so bad. They've been done so bad in this province that even conservatives hate them. So I would be shocked if they're able to get their shit together. But um, that being said, who knows? This province is certainly weird. But yeah, um, yeah, especially left wing politicians in the United States are really, really bad. They are especially bad. Anything interesting going on here? Really? Oh, they're pulling back the Democratic declaration on New York, which is surprising. Yeah, I am. Yeah, this is not. Polling places are closing in Montana, Nevada, and Utah. I don't know why I said that so weird. Yeah, so we're gonna have a couple more Western. I was gonna say provinces, but states uh, signing up with results, and they still haven't called Georgia yet, but they will very shortly. I'm assuming. So, still, what are we at? This is our first hour of following the election, and we have very little in terms of change. Um, the only really big. Oh, this is Moretti. It's an Italian beer. Kennedy took, of course, he took Louisiana. But yeah. Um, State governments invest in the IT teams. So I don't know. Yeah, governments are always way behind in terms of their technological capabilities. They are just nowhere, nowhere to be seen in comparison to the private sector. Oh yeah, 36%. Man, this is taking a long ass time in Pennsylvania. It's looking to be quite depressing. I don't know. This is so far not really far out from what I was expecting personally. Like I said, it was going to be close, and this is exactly what I'm seeing so far. Is very, very close. Oh no! Have you ever been to Penn? It sucks there. Well, I actually have never been to Pennsylvania, but I would certainly. I've never quite understood the overwhelming sense of patriotism people have for that state and why they love that state so much. I think so too. Um, but yeah, this is not. Definitely not a decisive night in terms of this Senate race. It would be very nice if we had a more clear picture of what is going on. Philadelphia is great. 40%. Fetterman still leads with 53% of the vote. So, yeah. What do we got here? In Ohio, J.D. Vance doing well. Wisconsin still very, very close. Oh, man. Oh, things are flipping once again in Georgia. Let's see if we can get a better picture here. Well, not according to Google is going with the Associated Press when it's 538 using. I think they're using ABC News. And they currently have 77% of the vote reporting in Georgia. They got now Warnock leading once again, but by the slimmest of slim margins by 3,000 votes. So that is a tiny, tiny, tiny lead. These guys seem to, for whatever reason, ABC News seems like they have results a little bit faster than the rest of the competition. No thanks, Penn. Yeah, it would not be the state I would choose to live in. That's for sure. Also, New Jersey is awesome too. That's another state I would not choose to live in. Also has a close place in some red areas in Ohio. Not happy about it. J.D. Vance is such a grifter. Like I said, I'm pretty sure his name is made up. I'm pretty sure J.D. Vance is a made up name. Let's see if how Bobart's doing. Bobart still not taking the lead. Very close though, very close. 50% of the vote reporting, and she is behind by 4%. That's true. Philadelphia does have a lot of historical, I want to say historical value, but historical significance. There you go. A lot of historical significance. Ah, shit. I hope that you guys can't hear that. Jasmine is starting the kids' bath, so you might be able to hear like the water running underneath the pipes until she's done. So we will just have to brace for that. His name isn't real. Yeah, and that makes you one of the OGs there in Anathema. Like the India campaign was my very first campaign ever, and God, I have no idea. Like looking back and watching some of those old videos, it's like I have no idea why people watch this crap. I still honestly don't have a huge inclination as to why people watch this, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are having fun too. So, are you familiar with the current political situation in Australia? A little bit. I do know you guys just had an election there, which put the Labour Party in charge for the first time in a while. Other than that, I don't know much. I mean, I know you guys had the kind of like revolving door of prime ministers, that the same thing that's happening in Britain right now, kind of sort of thing for a while, but hopefully that's been resolved. Ancient iPod Touch. God, that's like becoming like a classic thing, like classic iPods and stuff like that. People like collect that shit now. Yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry guys. I'm sorry about the water through the pipes. It shouldn't be too long. she'll hopefully finish that up quickly. Yeah, the old intro. That was a good. I mean, nobody does intros anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, that was fun. Great music, yeah. Thanks, guys. I could play. I would love to play more music, but I always get in trouble with fucking copyright and shit like that. Like I always have to fight copyright and crap. They always give me. They always bust my balls. Who is the? Oh, Gretchen Whitmer is Gretchen Whitmer. Of course, she's probably. I think she'll win. Oh yeah, Truder Dixon. She's crazy, man. She's crazy. Tony Evans in Wisconsin. Well, yeah, Rust Belt is like very close. I'm shocked that they haven't called New York yet, but. Yeah, well, I know that you got to start them young for Paradox games. It's tough thing to get into when you're older. Oh, nice! I remember that. Yes, the Metro. I want to do Metro Exodus so badly. Now that I have the studio down here, where obviously I can I've been filming chatter, and obviously we're doing this live stream. I do want to bring the gaming videos. There we go. Looks like they're done into this space as well. I just got to bring my gaming computer down here. Right now I'm just using my wife's old computer, and it does the trick because it's just recording the desktop essentially. Right now it's not doing anything fancy, but obviously I need to bring down the gaming computer if I actually want to game down here. Sorry guys, I can hear the my kid and everything like that running around upstairs. Still, I'm shocked that we don't have any more definitive gained or lost seats here. Really, after an hour, we have nothing hugely in terms of seat switchovers or anything like that. Stalin, Stalin, the Stalin subway. No, I was gonna say Stalin versus the subway. Nope, that's not what it is. 41% reporting here. What do these guys have for their? What does ABC have for their reporting? Pennsylvania, 45. So, for whatever reason, these guys are like a little bit faster than everywhere else. Georgia's now gone back to complete toss-up. Oh, we're starting to get some actual results out of Arizona. Right now, Mark Kelly off to an initial lead in Arizona with 41% of the vote supporting or reporting. I am at. I'll get back to you there in one sec. Just gonna go through, see if there's anything else here. Really prescient, doesn't look like it so far. But am I interested in Victoria 3? There have been, on the Discord, there has been a huge clash of opinions on Victoria 3, and I do actually think I am going to pick it up at some point. I just haven't had a lot of time to do gaming recently, but I do want to pick it up, and I do want to do a honest review of Victoria 3, because I did a review of the Victoria 2, and the thing about Victoria 3 that seems to be so controversial right now is that it got people from old Paradox, from the old Paradox style of games, fighting people from the new Paradox style of games, and Victoria 3 is evidently a a new Paradox style of game, and some people don't like that. So, as someone who's kind of has their foot in both camps, like I really do like the old style, but I think that Paradox has come out with a few winners, that's for sure, with their new style of gameplay, but also a few stinkers as well. So, regardless, I do want to give it the good old fashion try and really try and analyze it with some air of impartiality because I am interested in the game, but it's just I don't really have the time to play it right now is the major thing. But yeah, I do want to get a or yeah, take care, Michael. But yeah, I definitely want to check it out. Uh, Starcraft Battle Force. Curious voter suppression and reports of masked gunmen camping around polling signs. That is that is terrifying to me. I hate that. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. This idea of armed gunmen at a polling place that seems so alien to me. I don't know how widespread it is. I've heard just like scattered reports out of Arizona, but that is the kind of result you get when you inject this kind of fear and mistrust into the system, and it's a dark place I think for America to be at. It is not a good place at all, and yeah, I am definitely hoping that that doesn't become a widespread practice. Some more meat. Hoi is absolutely top tier. Yeah, as their new that's what I mean in terms of their new games. Like Hoi 4 is so good. It's such a good game. New eye is crap. I feel that way about CK2. Yeah, the economic system I have heard is like really good and really fun. So what an upset! DeSantis is reelected. Yeah, I that's not a big upset to me. I would have been honestly pretty shocked if he didn't get reelected. But like I said, I did not expect him to get such a blowout. That's for sure. This is definitely a sizable victory for him, which shows that he is in his home state. He's a popular governor. You can't take that away from him. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to hear that there was no intimidation or anything like that. The only place I've heard that coming out of is Florida. Okay, so it looks like people in Fetterman's camp are seeing some signs of optimism. Uh, yeah, it looks like well, I don't know why they haven't called New York yet. Denies lawsuit keep polls open. Election influencers. Okay, that doesn't really help me. Wins re-election for governor. Another thing. No one, everyone like is winning re-election right now. No one is like, nothing is really changing hands. I feel like. Hmm. Yeah, this is this is so close in Georgia. Strong sign for Dems out of Pennsylvania. Not really seeing anything. There's Sanchez's victory speech. Um, GOP Ken King leads the Most one down. We're in deep in the night so far. GOPers have yet to win some key seats that they were angling for. Still to watch Connecticut 5. Emmy is Maryland? I think it's Maryland. Maryland 2. So yeah, this is not a red wave by any stretch of the imagination. But it does look like, particularly in certain spots, the Republicans definitely have an advantage. It's really interesting, like what we're seeing is like the places that have become more and more Republican over the years have just in this election become more Republican, and there are places that are more and more Democratic seem to have just gotten more Democratic. Oh, I don't have super chats installed. I thought I did. Sorry about that. Oh well. Hopefully next time. uh, dead from the neck up. Dead Space 3. I don't know. I don't think I'd ever play Dead Space 3. There shouldn't be any banned words. I don't know. Some people have told me that they have trouble sending messages. I don't know why. I don't put any words that are banned or anything like that. The only thing I have is like there's like a button you can press that will make YouTube automatically try and weed out bots and shit like that. That's the only thing that I have pressed. And that even doesn't do a very good job because bots have invaded the chat before. Let me get another beer. Check Herschel Walker results. Okay. Yeah. Let me check the Herschel Walker results. Fuck. Duckworth is projected. Tammy Duckworth. Wow, Tammy Duckworth's running for. No, this is Senate. Yeah, it was like this is not governor. Yeah, it's Senate. Okay, back to Georgia. With 79% of the votes reporting, now we have Herschel Walker in the lead by less than 1,000 votes. This is close. This is about as close as it gets. Pennsylvania, still 52%. Fetterman maintains a comfortable enough lead. However, it has continued to diminish throughout the night. In Wisconsin, Ron Johnson still on the back foot with about 50% of the votes incoming. Ohio, J.D. Vance looks like he's going to win fairly comfortably with 74% of the vote reporting. Arizona still stuck at 41%. North Carolina, surprisingly close. This was not one I think people were really looking at, but this is closer than we would expect. Throw 1.3% for the Libertarians. I don't know how you tell the between a bot and a person. I think what it does is it like detects like people like spam and people who post links to other things. That's what I think it really looks for, is like people posting the same shit over and over again, and people posting links to potentially nefarious sites. 71% of the vote in Colorado's 3rd District, and Lauren Boebert still trailing by 4 points. This is not looking good for her at all. That would be a fun one to see go down. Yeah, there's must be early ballots. Okay, but yeah, this is close, guys. This is really, really close election. Let's see if we can get any results in for Arizona governor right now with 40% of the vote. Hobbs is leading Lake with about 10%, by about 10%. Brian Kemp still continues to lead in Georgia. Whitmer continues to lead in Michigan. Evers continues to lead in Wisconsin, but this one may flip. I think Wisconsin might flip tonight. Shapiro still commanding lead in Pennsylvania. Holy shit, Hodge is winning? Yeah, this is definitely like, yeah, this is not a red wave, I think here. It's just it's a very very close election, but we really won't know who is going to hold the decisive keys of power until a few of these results come in for various various Senate races. Obviously, we're, like I said, we've been looking at Pennsylvania, Georgia, and to a lesser extent Wisconsin all night. And as soon as we have some declarations on some of these, we're probably going to know if it's going to be a really if it's going to be a really good night or a really bad night for the Democrats. But that being said, I'm willing to put my next Democratic item on the board. It's going to be my rainbow glow sticks. Oh Jesus! Okay, well, I thought this had been this was a broken glow stick. I was like, oh God, I'm getting whatever this crazy crap is all over my hands. I don't really know how I'm gonna do this. I probably should have thought this through a little bit more. This is riveting entertainment for you guys, but. You can watch me put a glow stick on a zebra, which is supposed to represent a donkey, because I couldn't find any donkey figurines at the dollar store I went to. Can you actually see that? Oh, that's right. You can't see it because it's a green. He's got a green a loop, so you can't actually see it. It's green screen. That's hilarious. It's so funny. Oh man, yeah, he's definitely now he's got an inner tube instead of a glow stick. That's awesome. I'm gonna put like a real one around him so you can actually see that he's got something on him. This is what we tuned in for, yo. I'm struggling with this, boys. Fuck. Okay. Oh my God, this is rough. Fucking professional here. Get the fuck in there. Yeah, more well planned Democratic campaign. Yeah, they did not, honestly. Yeah, they did not run a great campaign this time, unfortunately. Fuck this. This is not working out as well as I would have hoped. Okay. They're glow sticks around. These are glow sticks, so they're my second Democratic item. I love that this is there's another green glow stick here. Woo! But yeah, so I'm willing to say, now I'm just kind of lying them on the zebra here. Fuck this. I probably should have moved the camera down a bit. But yeah, so I think that we have two items on the board for the Democrats, one for the Republicans. I do think that, given what I've seen, that I think that they have the advantage so far. But moving in, like I said, I won't really know until we get some key results. Man, this is just going back and forth. 80% now. Herschel Walker's regained a slight lead, now leading by about 16,000 votes. 50%. Barnes still maintains a slight lead in Wisconsin. Fetterman 55%. But yeah, they have to win At least one, probably two, I would say, but at least one of these key seats. Moving into the House, still no big decisive movement. You have any governor? Still no big flips. That's like the thing that we're really looking for, right? Is to see where we're seeing flips. And tonight, this has not been a Flipadelphia kind of night. This has been almost like a very status quo kind of night where, like I said, the people who were expected to win have won in the places they have expected to win. And unfortunately, not a whole lot of, not a whole lot of crazy changes right now. Ah, great. There you go. There you go. I should pay you to fucking come up with ideas for me. There you go. Have there been any flips? Right now, not so much. The only flips we have couple governor seats flipping. We have Massachusetts and Maryland flipping for the Democrats, and I'm not sure. Does it say which seats have flipped for the Republicans? No, it doesn't. It just says that they've gained 2 seats essentially so far in the House, which is definitely not as much as they were hoping to have gained. But then again, this is this map here that we're looking at, taken from the Associated Press, is slower than the rest, and they are only counting definitively called districts. So right there are still plenty of districts out there where they're tabulating votes, and we don't know for sure who is going to win or lose there. So I wish I had some better and clearer pictures on that front, but I just don't. Still, according to the needle, not too much change here. Whoops. Oh no, my little baby. You're crying upstairs. I hope you guys can hear that. Greg Abbott is now projected as the winner in Texas. Poor Beto going down. But this was to be expected, unfortunately. 58% reporting. Yeah, he's leading by 10 points. That's a pretty sizable lead. There's no question about that. Anything here from 538? Democrats are performing a little bit better than expected tonight, and I think that is a fair assessment given what we've seen. Okay. Not really seeing a whole lot here. What does this say here? Balance of power in the House and Senate. Okay, this is just currently what's going on. Okay. Still. All right. Well, I gotta pop open an energy drink here, fellas. Give myself a little bit of juice up. Oh, I see. Okay, you're talking about Supreme Court placements. I don't know. I used to think that, but I mean, a lot of Latinos have been flipping red recently, which is very interesting. A very interesting phenomenon. So I don't know what will happen in Texas. I personally am not a big I'm not a big believer in the whole demographics are destiny trope. I obviously believe that the United States is, the demographics are becoming darker. But that being said, people change their political allegiances all the time. People go from one party to the next. Parties can change their principles. They can change their policy positions. So just because there are more Latinos or people who tend to vote Democrat moving into Texas doesn't mean they will always vote Democrat. Maybe the Republicans one day get their act together and they start crafting policies which will appeal to minority voters. And who knows, maybe they can reform their policy positions to make Latinos Republican voters. So yeah, I don't believe the uh, demographics are destiny by any stretch of the imagination. So I don't know if Texas will become a toss-up state. If it does, then yeah, it is really over for Republicans. That's for sure. Yeah, and that is the thing that's happening everywhere. Excuse me, everywhere that cities are becoming more and more blue regardless of where you are in the country. Even in, obviously, like take Georgia for example, Atlanta, huge blue stronghold, enough to the point where Georgia is becoming a purple state. I mean, it still definitely leans. Um, yeah. Demographic, it definitely changes. Demographics definitely change how people vote, but also people can change their votes, right? So don't ever think that something is a shoe in, because politics is a game where things can change very quickly at at any time. So I do think that if it were to look like the Republicans are going to lose forever, essentially, I don't think that they would just roll over and die. I do think that they would try and craft policies that could reach a broader segment of the population. So, yeah, that's all I'm saying there is that nothing is ever guaranteed. Oh, yeah, the GOP is definitely fracturing. I mean, one thing that conservatives have always been better at than lefty types is is lockstep, getting in line, standing behind the one guy who's the anointed leader or what have you. 5% chance for Ryan, but yeah. So they've always been good at that kind of stuff. But even now, with Trump's political fortunes kind of waning, you can see the cracks starting to emerge. Obviously, the big one is around Trump DeSantis. And if DeSantis does run in 2024, which it looks like he's going to, and Trump runs in 2024, looks like he's going to, I think that is going to be a very entertaining fight. That is for sure. Okay, I thought we already called this one. Do you think Trump and DeSantis will fight it out for the nomination 2024? I mean, I know that Trump is going to be the kind of guy who's not going to go away quietly. He's never going to be the kind of guy who just says, "Okay, you know what? It's your party now." So he'll have to be decisively defeated, either by the system, quote unquote, by that's kind of like, uh, they indict him, and eventually he becomes so politically unpalatable that there's no way he can reasonably win an election. And I'd say we're pretty close to that now. But if he does get indicted, then yeah, that might just be the final nail in the coffin. At that point, then yeah, that could take him out, or he gets decisively defeated in a primary. One of those two things will have to happen, I think. before he actually gives it up. So yeah, I do think it's a high likelihood that Trump and DeSantis duke it out in 2024. The QAnon is super weird. I just don't get it. Like I can't. I've like read all the QAnon stuff, and it just like there are some conspiracy theories where you're like, okay, that seems kind of cogent. That seems like coherent. Um, but QAnon is definitely not one of those conspiracy theories. It does not seem coherent by any stretch of the imagination. And even if there was some like crazy Republican, insider that was, flipping the levers for Trump or whatever, there's no way that one person would ever have enough accumulated power to ever somehow be able to uh, decisively swing an election after it's already happened in favor of Trump. So it is a very scary thing that so many people seem to be fully on board with this and fully behind it. But that's the one thing, I've noticed about right wing politics versus left wing politics is that the right loves to favor the idea of grand narratives, like that there's always something in the shadows or some sort of higher being that is kind of with a plan pulling everything together. That's definitely a thread in right wing politics that has existed for a long, long time. Yeah, Trump versus DeSantis would be very entertaining. Potential for a right wing independent party. Yeah, I do think that could happen. Especially if Trump like loses really badly, there is definitely a possibility he starts his own party and says, "Screw you guys," start my own party. I never needed you guys in the first place. I didn't like you. Type of thing. But yeah, let's see if we can get another good result here. Still 83% now. Warnock is now down by 2 points. So, yeah, it's going down to the wire, and who knows if this will flip again. But right now, Herschel Walker's got a sizable lead up in Pennsylvania with 61% of the vote reporting. Fetterman still leads by 3 points, but that has been decreasing as time goes on. Wisconsin is slowly moving back into a tie here, and yeah, it's tight. I think that DeSantis is a little bit of a paper tiger. I mean, obviously he's extremely popular and well liked in his home state. I think, though, when he actually gets up on a stage and has to run in a general election across the entire country, I think a lot of his vulnerabilities are going to become a lot clearer. So yeah, I don't know. I just think that Santos, he's a little bit of a paper tiger. He knows the right things to say, but can he? Is he the kind of guy when the rubber hits the road? Can he actually walk the walk, or does he just talk the talk type of thing? Geriatric reps playing bingo cards to get elected. Honestly, I just so long as everybody can play bingo, that would be the best way. Everyone in the country gets to play bingo. Whoever wins the countrywide game of bingo becomes the fucking the president. Yeah, I think that the smart thing for DeSantis to do is to wait until Trump flames out, or is completely out of politics, is completely done. Because yeah, if having them fight one another would be so entertaining, but one of those guys is going to be completely destroyed, and I don't know if DeSantis is comfortable enough to think that he can really go up against Trump and win. I know we mean, but all right, guys. Well, it's late enough that I've got caffeine, I've got alcohol in me, and we can get the final of the, at least here, the, I guess it's a quartet. And I know I would have to smoke a cigarette, but I don't have any. But we can get the final type of legal drug in me. No bags. Oh, we're at the start, surf, where I opened the bags and showed everybody what's inside. So right now I've got 2 Democratic items and 1 Republican item on the table. Yes, that is hilarious that Bobart is still losing. Although, yeah, this hasn't changed since we last checked in. Still at 71%. Yes, hooray for legal weed. One of the greatest things about this country, no question. One of the only really good things that Trudeau has done since he's been prime minister. Yeah, kind of a letdown, that guy, but you can always have it worse. That's what I keep telling myself. It can always be worse. Yeah, it is. Well, it's not like a real gun. That's like a toy gun. Yeah, if the Republicans start doing well, which if it looks like they pick up one of these important Senate seats, then yeah, I'll have to be breaking open another Republican item, because yeah, like at this point, we can definitely tell in the House that this has not been the kind of red wave. We still don't know who is going to win the House for sure. But I still think the Republicans are going to win the House. The Senate, we still don't know. We don't have a good idea because these races here are so close. But if the Republicans do pick up one of them, yeah, I'll have no choice but to put another Republican item on the board. Sorry, I'm hearing like scratching. You guys probably can't hear it, but yeah, that would be the best thing if she loses tonight. That would be a nice gift for us all. But we may not be that lucky. Still, the only flips we have are 2 seats for governor, and yeah, our 2 House seats. What if we can get some more details here? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and spend a bunch of time pouring over columns and numbers and shit like that, but I would like to see if we can get a nice, good list of key seats that are sort of are on everybody's radar. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is not really helping me very much. I'm trying to see key House races. Okay. Let's tell me anything. Okay. Mike Lauer. So yeah, looks like yeah, I don't really have enough knowledge about some of these important races to. So here we've got Democrats winning. So yeah, they haven't updated this table. I was hoping that this would be like an updated table of to this is just who they thought was going to win before the election. Unfortunately, this is not who is actually winning right now. Washington, 91% chance Democratic. Yeah, New Hampshire. Oh, they have moved up. It looks like Philadelphia. Or sorry, not Philadelphia. I have a bad time with that, unfortunately. Yeah, Pennsylvania has moved up to 72% Democratic. Nevada, 51%. God damn, that is so close. I think it's up in like a very defunct form right now. You know, it's the governor races. Yeah, let's go check out those governor races. You want to see Oklahoma and Kansas? Oklahoma, of course. I mean, yeah, Republicans dominated Oklahoma to nobody's surprise. And then Kansas, interesting. With 73% of the vote reporting, the Democratic candidate, sorry, what's her first name? Something Kelly. L. Kelly is, so far, is maintaining their lead with 51% of the vote in. New Mexico, 65% in. We should be having some calls coming out of California closely, shouldn't we? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, not even. I just feel like if you're like a Republican in one of these states here, you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want. Like you can do whatever crazy crap you feel like, and people they'll still vote for you. They don't care. Yeah, I got some old Let's Plays I want to. Some of them are lost forever, but some I may be able to upload. I just looking at the props. But yeah. I do have some Let's Plays that I can re-upload, but yeah, some of them are lost forever, unfortunately. I had a hard drive that crashed, and that killed a ton of my work. Oh, these are governorships. Let's see if the Needle has any information for us. Let's see if the Needle can tell us what is happening. Dear Needle, please. Still, like, literally nothing for us. No, absolutely nothing. So thank you very much. This is not. Let's see what Nate Cohn has to say here. It says this is not the night the Republicans wanted. The party is underperforming almost everywhere outside of Florida. Where voting has ended in Pennsylvania, Fetterman is faring well. Democrats have even managed to improve their chance of holding the House. Man, we will see about that. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear to say that this is not a decisive victory for Republicans, not a decisive victory for Democrats either. It's a struggle. It's a sweat fest. Oh, you want to check? Oh, yeah, you want to see those props? Yeah, we will have some Arizona propositions. See what kind of crazy crap's going on here. This allows state lawmakers to amend voter-approved ballot initiatives is losing. 75. Oh, okay, you're talking about a different state. Okay, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were still talking about Arizona. Okay, let's get rid of freaking Len here. I don't like his face. It's starting to weird me out. See what the old political journos are saying on Twitter. See if they have any insights for us. Oh, look, here's a sweet looking graph. Let's see what this says. This remains the story of the House election. The GOP the GOP generic obviously didn't go high enough to breach the Biden plus 10 levy, leaving things in the valley with a few vulnerable seats. They'll still get the House, but McCarthy is going to have his hands full, to say the least. Okay. Sorry, guys, that was mainly gobbledygook to me. I should have some great insights, but I'm kind of in a condition other than normal right now. They're talking about rural. This is like one of the things that, yeah, you can kind of see, like people like they delve into like the little marginal communities to try and see what's happening, and that can help sometimes, but those aren't as helpful until the election is all over, I think. It seems possible that Georgia's Senate race could end up with no candidate above 50%. That runoff could determine control of the Senate. That would be just brutal. That would be so fucking brutal that after tonight, nothing's declared, haven't figured it out, and yeah, it goes up to a runoff in Georgia to see who gets that last seat. Man. The Asian swing to the Republican Party in Brooklyn cannot be understated. Zeldin's margin of victory may finish a Democratic Assemblyman who was first elected in 1986, an Asian American Democrat, could lose to a white Republican majority. To a white Republican in a majority Chinese district. Huh, that's interesting. Democrats have almost certainly flipped Ohio number 1. City of Waukesha appears all reported. Michael wins by 4 points. For son. It's a sweat fest there, Dragon Eye. It's very, very close. We don't have any indication of who is won it definitively. It still remains to look like the Republicans will win the House, but not by the majority that they were hoping, and the Senate can still go either way. That's a hilarious statistic. 88% of evangelicals voted for Herschel Walker instead of the pastor. Fairman is apparently outperforming Biden's numbers, which bodes well for him. Could you get obscenely high? Maybe. Whoops. I'll have to get higher to do that. I could definitely play it, though. But, yeah, maybe I'll play it depending on how late this night goes. Because, yeah, it looks like, again, this is just what I felt going into this, that it was going to take a long time for us to know who would be in control of both the House and Senate. Because I just feel like I looked at all the factors, and I felt like there was so many things that indicated that the Democrats would do well, but also there are a lot of things that indicated that the Republicans would do well. And when I see something like that, I usually think that it's probably going to be pretty close. Rein's re-election. Okay, that's fine. Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, she won. That's not a surprise either. Oh man, here I love to tell you guys about Canada's voting system. So let gather around, children. You're gonna learn about Canadian civics. So here we go. Jamie Raskin wins re-election. Okay, another thing. So Canada has a British parliamentary style system, and the way it works, generally speaking, is that there's no difference. You don't ever vote for like your congressperson and then the president. It's all one vote, and whichever party has the most amount of members of parliament, the equivalent of congress people, ends up forming government, and the leader of that party will be the prime minister. So there's a lot in your vote when you go to vote in the Canadian system. But yeah, it's similar to the American system in that it's first past the post for your various districts. They're called ridings here. And so the various ridings, whoever gets the most amount of votes in the riding will end up winning that riding. And then, like I said, when you win that riding, you send your MP to Parliament, and like I said, the most MPs becomes the leader of becomes the leader and the prime minister. Sorry, becomes the prime minister because they are the leader. So anyway, it is a similar system to the United States in the sense that it's first past the post system, but there's no differentiation between president and congressperson. So you don't actually, on your ballot when you go to vote, there's only names for the person running in your riding. Whereas in the States, and I talked to my wife about this because most people know that Jasmine is American, and she didn't vote in this election, but she'll tell me and she's from California, so when she went to vote, she would have giant stacks of pages, the ballots were pages long, and they of course had all the people you're voting for if it's a presidential year, it's the president, your senators, your congressperson, your school, whatever, and then all these different ballot initiatives. Nothing like that here. You go into the ballot booth. There's a piece of paper that has a bunch of names. These are the people running in your riding. You press X on a name, you put the ballot in the box, and then you leave. And that's it. The ballots are very simple. On a federal election wise, I've never seen an election, a voting machine. Voting machines scare the crap out of me. I don't want any of that crap. I am old fashioned. Just give me a paper ballot. That's the way we do it here. It works pretty well. You get the results in very quickly, and I very, very, I think it'd be very difficult to tamper with the results of said election. So I think, we do a good job here in terms of our vote. Although I do wish we had a little bit more input in terms of some of the finer details, I do wish we had more of those kind of referendums and ballot initiatives like they do in the States. Those are extremely rare here. Referendums, stuff like that, very, very rare. Only on very important, usually social issues, does stuff like that happen. Yeah, it is not anymore. Canada is becoming more and more like American politics. It's becoming less apologetic and more abrasive and more polarized here. But yeah, the one thing I hate about Yes, they did that here at Edmonton too, which is I'm kind of okay with because at least there's paper trail if something happens. Like some of the full like electric voting machines that they have in the States, I kind of get why they do that there in comparison to here, because like I said, the ballots seem like they're way more uh, complicated. Like they have more going on. So like you give a person like a little booklet of 15 pages that they have to flip through versus like a screen where they can touch the options that they want. I get it from like a user friendliness perspective, but goddamn, I don't like it. It does definitely make me a little bit worried. I just like the tangibility of like a paper ballot that I put in, and it can be tabulated in case something were to go wrong. Obviously, almost nothing almost ever goes wrong, but it's always nice to have a paper trail just in case. Would you say that it's more that? Excuse me. Ugh. Would you say that it's just the right getting more American? The NDP and Liberals seem not to have embraced that rhetoric. They've embraced a little bit of what I call like the kind of the cringe left rhetoric, which I'm not the hugest fan of, but they definitely have not gone to the kind of like depths of mudslinging that the conservatives have. But that being said, I do think that, like in that 2021 election, the useless election that nobody wanted and nobody cared about, nobody wanted, yeah, nobody asked for. Let's see, sorry, I'm going to go back to a map here, see if we can get some results coming in. But in any case, in that election, I remember watching the one and only debate, and it was very competitive, like combative, more combative than I remember any debate ever being. So there's definitely more abrasiveness coming into Canadian politics than there used to be. I think that's definitely happening on both the left and the right. Yeah, speeches are running. Like, yeah, that's the one thing about why I don't like to really delve into the culture war too much, because I do think a lot of it is distractions from serious issues. And looks like Bobart is losing here. I want to see if I can get a better look at this. Okay, still 73% reporting. Yeah, I don't know how left wing parties are so, they are definitely limp dick. There's no question about it. That they, especially like for the Democrats in the States, they're yeah, they're weak, unfortunately, a lot of the time. Especially like you watch like during this election, I feel like they could have done so much more to pad themselves and does so much more to secure victory. One thing that the Democrats are really bad at is like message cohesion. They are just terrible, terrible at message cohesion, and they always have been. Here, our liberals, I think, are much better at it than the American Democrats. But yeah, they're terrible. Like just a shotgun, just shot right at the electorate. Republican chances of winning a House majority are dropping significantly according to our live model. Our mean seat projection is down to 224 Republicans. This is from Decision Desk HQ. Interesting. Let's see what our old the Sacred Needle has to say. No change. Thank you, Needle. Thank you so much. still haven't called Pennsylvania. Wisconsin and Michigan both still leaning in for Democratic governors. I am surprised about Wisconsin. Oh, look. I didn't even know Gavin Newsom. They already declared him the winner. With nobody reporting the vote. They've already declared Gavin Newsom the winner. So good job on that one. With 47% of the vote, Katie Hobbs still leading in Arizona. Let's see if we got, according to the Senate here, Mark Kelly still leaning in Arizona for the Senate. Mike Lake, of course, is probably going to pick it up in Utah. Now with 73% of the vote reporting, Herschel Walker is continuing to gain a slight lead. However, does not have 50% of the vote. All hail the needle, yes. It's like the magic 8-ball, except far more accurate. In some cases, in some countries, definitely, they allow themselves to be steamrolled by far left organizations, which is most of the time to the benefit of, excuse me about that, most of the time beneficial, not necessarily all the time. But yeah, the one thing though, the Democrats have been remarkably good at holding on to, especially like the establishment Democrats have been extremely good at holding on to their power. And yeah, I think it is part of the nature of the system, of the American system. But yeah, the Democratic establishment, goddamn, they got to go down. they got to go down somehow, and because the age of these kind of plastic neoliberal politicians, it's got to go, and hopefully we can see that happen in the United States. Latest CNN National House exit poll has independent voters going 49% for Democrats versus 48% for Republicans. How are the independents and third parties doing? Not great. Are you talking about right now in this election? Not great. God, if I were an American, I would be one of those weirdos that votes third party for sure. Every time, pretty much. There may be some very few exceptions that I would not vote for a third party, but yeah, the two-party duopoly in the United States it's rough, and we have something similar here, but at least I kind of have a choice with the New Democratic Party that is closer to my politics, but in the United States, like, yeah, there's almost no one that I could vote for that is close to me. Man, sorry about that, guys. I should have had something playing in the background. Needle, still dead heat. I'm surprised we haven't gotten announcements that polls have closed in California. Although, oh wait, just as I'm talking, right there we go. 10 minutes ago, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So that will bring the West Coast results into view here very shortly, and then hopefully we'll have enough where we can kind of see what exactly is going to happen. Oh, there they go. I just noticed this. Vance, they are predicting to win the Ohio Senate. It looks like he's going to pull that out, and that's unfortunate. Though that would have been, if Democrats were able to pick up Ohio, that would have been an extremely good night. That would have been a night where, you know, that's definitely a night for the Hammer, if they're doing that well. But I don't think the Hammer is going to be coming out tonight. Yeah, the rural voters definitely have more. They definitely have more an outsized voice in the United States, and it's funny because here again in Canada it's the opposite, at least federally speaking, where cities have an outsized voice on the federal scene in comparison to rural areas. Not so much on the Alberta scene, but yeah, in the United States, the rural vote is definitely heavily weighted, and I do think like there is there's a place to have differences between rural and urban laws and regulations and stuff like that. I think that's totally reasonable, and there's no issue with that. So, I don't know. I wish the rural urban divide was not so overblown. I feel like it's one of those divides that we really need to figure out how to bridge the gap on that one. Every race is like the Democrat has a narrow 51.4 over 44.5% over the Republican challenger. Grunge Hitler, who ran on a platform of exploding everybody. Yeah. Oh, these props. You like the with my hammer, yeah. I wish I had a sickle too. Unfortunately, you know, as someone who likes like, you know, farming and shit like that, I should have a sickle. Oddly, I do not. Needle's still not giving us. Oh, let's see if we can have any updates on the Pennsylvania Senate race. Oof, it is getting way closer now. Now we have John Fetterman and Oz running neck and neck almost with 73% of the vote coming in, and this is definitely not. Yeah, I'm not liking the look of that. That's for sure. The Senate projections, yeah, they called these ones in California pretty quickly. Moving over to Georgia, Herschel Walker is edging his way up to 50%. But goddamn, what a brutally close election. Holy shit. What are we at? This is 86% of the vote reporting. Yeah, and they still have, like, this is they're running out of votes here in Georgia. Ron Johnson has managed to claw his way back into the lead. Man. I mean, a lot of these people, if I turn on, are they gonna mess around with me and be like, you have to subscribe to see this shit? Thanks for reading New York Times. Okay, you can bite my ass. Sorry, I'm not the biggest fan. This is like literally the only time I ever read the New York Times is because I think that they are a good election reference, but I am not the biggest fan of the newspaper. Senator Charles Grassley has won in Iowa. He's won his 8th term. Jesus Christ. meaning he could remain on Capitol Hill until he is 95 years old. Has there been a centurion politician yet? Has there been a congressperson who's like fucking there? He's like 101 years old. There's some concerned people. Look at here. Yeah. Stacey Abrams conceded. That's unfortunate. These are scenes from Election Day. Well, yep. Kentucky, solidly red state, reelected Rand Paul, of course. Term limits. I'm generally speaking in favor of term limits, although I do think that they should be fairly long term limits. Like, I think having a senator or congressperson in there for like 20 years, I think 20 years is like a good term limit. Like you can accomplish everything you need to accomplish in government in 20 years. But I think, for example, an 8-year term limit on the president is too short. I think that they should have a longer period in time, and they should have a longer opportunity to enact their agenda, because the United States is a giant friggin' country with a lot of moving parts. How much can you really get done in only 8 years? I don't know. Ron Paul, man. Ron Paul is... Sturm Thurmond was like a century old. That's a great name too, Sturm Thurmond. Yeah, 8 terms. That is insane. Yeah, that's. Yeah, you had enough, right? Like you've come on, you've gotten you should be able to figure it out. By the time you've been in there for 2 decades, you know, give it a quarter century. You know, you give you 25 years in Congress, you can get everything you need to get done. I don't really care about that. Still toss up in the Senate. Okay, yeah, we just read this. Stacey Abrams conceded. Storm. Nothing new. Gavin Newsom has easily won a second term. Of course. Rejecting poor Beto. Beto in the trash. Favored Republican House candidates. Interesting. Voters who disliked both parties, a small group, about 10%, favored Republican House candidates by a wide margin. That's a shift from 2018, when people who disliked both parties were evenly split. That's an interesting statistic. These are like the chaos voters. I would definitely fall into this statistic here, someone who dislikes both parties. Okay. What's this? Did you hear anything? Have anyone from Arizona heard anything about this? Amid reports of malfunctioning voter tabulation machines, Democratic nominee, Arizona Secretary of State, has been sowing doubt and confusion. Unacceptable. Yeah, but has anyone heard anything about manufacturing voter tabulation machines? But because that's again reason why not the biggest fan of voting machines. I haven't even checked the CNN update. Again, CNN not my favorite news source, but Trump-backed JD Vance wins in Ohio. We already got that. I mean, the thing is, I do feel like that there is a point where you just get too, I don't know, entrenched. I don't know. I think shaking things up, especially in a democratic system, is a good thing. Okay, yeah, we're not seeing anything super new or valuable here. We're getting to that point where it's late at night and we are running out of votes to tabulate, and it's coming down to the wire in a lot of these races, and it's coming to the point where I think a lot of them are not going to be called tonight. But note, Dems in his race are pulling higher than Biden. Close. Ron DeSantis crushes in Florida. Yeah, this is definitely interesting to see how Republican Florida has become. That's for sure. Yeah, I think term limits, like I said, in a democratic system are generally a good thing. Like, yeah, and I think term limits can definitely, long term limits are pretty reasonable. It's not like, oh man, yeah, we're in there for 4 years now, get the fuck out, Walker, but only up by 4,000 votes in Georgia. Let us see this here. I just heard my wife sneeze upstairs. Man, now 88% reporting here. Yeah, we are down. Herschel Walker is now fallen down once again below 50%, and his margin has been reduced considerably. So that is, yeah, this one is just, Georgia is a seesaw, man. This is crazy. Or Fetterman. Fetterman has unfortunately fallen below 50% as well. And this is with how much? 75% of the votes reporting. Yeah, Fetterman does not have the kind of lead I would like to see at this point in time. Let's see. Let us take some deep dives here. Actually, do a little bit of diving here, because I am interested to see where exactly is Philadelphia. Man, all these Americans are like yelling at me. This is the area of Philadelphia right here. Because it seems like if it is, then Fetterman does have more results waiting to come in, it looks like. I'm just wondering where. I'm just trying to remind myself, like, I'm sorry, guys, my American geography is terrible. But just where Philadelphia is, it's just right here in the corner, right? Because I'm just trying to think, like, with seeing which counties still have a lot of votes left to report. And obviously, if we have urban counties still with a lot of, still about 50% of the votes uncounted in Philadelphia. Okay. So yeah, that means there's still probably, Philadelphia's a Philadelphia only county. Well, thank you. Ah, here we go. Thank you. Yeah, it's right over here. So yeah, 53% of the votes reporting out of Philadelphia does definitely give Fetterman some room to grow as the night continues. Because it looks like a lot of these rural counties have pretty much expended their vote tallies. Some of them here do still have a few votes, 50%. Peen is always with, bro. No thanks, Peen. Do Amish people vote? That is a great question. I think they probably do. But yeah, there are some counties here that do have some room left for some Oz-leaning counties, Republican-leaning counties left to come in. 78% of the vote. Fairman still slightly leading. Let's see if we can zoom in on Georgia here a bit. What are we looking like in terms of Atlanta? Left-right pendulum. These outcomes don't matter. Yeah, they don't. But yeah, what are we seeing here out of... Doesn't look like there is a lot of room for Warnock left in Georgia either. But man, yeah, this is so close. This is a nail biter right here. Georgia is becoming a real nail biter of a state every time. It is just right down to the wire. You guys want to know how cold it is outside right now? According to my computer, it says it is negative 22 degrees Celsius outside. I do not know what that is in American. I'm curious. I'm just gonna go. Running out of crap. I'm running out of room on my desk here. My zebra keeps falling over. There you go. Negative 7 degrees Fahrenheit is what it is right now outside, which doesn't sound that cold when you convert it. But yeah, it's very cold right now. Oh yeah, let us see here. Still no flips really this late into the night. U.S. House, we do have Democrats so far confirmed losing 4 seats, Republicans gaining 2. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but yeah, no results out of Nevada yet. That is interesting. I wonder why. Do they really sell bagged milk? Not in my part of Canada, not in the western part. I've heard it's a thing in the east, but here in the west, I have seen it a handful of times, but it's almost always just in regular carton form. And I don't know why everyone is so against bagged milk. Like, why is everyone so worked up about it? Hey, yeah, there we go. I like that this gives me a little bit more digging room. Wow. Mail-in ballots received today will not be counted until tomorrow, and that's a lot of ballots. Holy smokes. J.D. Vance. This is such a... It sounds like a salesperson's name. Person's name. Yeah, Ron Johnson. slowly coming back, slowly clawing his way into the game with 74% reporting. All right, Needles, help me out here. What do you got? Oh, they got slightly leaning towards the Democrats now, ever so slightly. They got it moving back. JD Vance that's why his name sounds so familiar. Is that true? JD Vance is a character from Fallout. Hillbilly Elegy? No, I have not seen that movie. That does not even sound like a real movie. I'm trying to see if we can get any big insights. The House is only leaning Republican. Yeah, at this point in time. Man, it just seems like people are getting closer and closer to like 50-50 even split. Yes, yep. Bob Vance from Vance Refrigeration. Is this what you're thinking of? Hmm. See, suburban votes are always crucial. It's fickle suburbanites. What the fuck? You can have your own. Instead, you voted for more crime. My whole apartment building. Oh, I see. Is up on the roof, shooting up code boosters and shouting "crime, crime, crime." Yeah. Has defeated an election for U.S. Senate in North Carolina. I think that they're declaring that for Republicans. Still, 0 seats gained, 0 lost. Just split into two sides. I don't know. I do think that a lot of these divisions are exaggerated. I do think that most of these could be smoothed over if people felt like their lives weren't going to get worse. Like I think a lot of these, outcries and rebellions and political movings are all just people feeling anxious over the fact that we all kind of know that things are probably going to get worse before they get better for us, and we're all kind of just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And that's what I feel like why there's just so much anxiety right now. Yeah, yeah. It's not so much a carnage. It's like a very close tug of war, is what it really feels like. It is still not. We don't know who's going to control what chamber. People are unhinged there. Yeah, that's just it's so even. It's crazy. Oh man, that is an interesting question. I yeah, you know what? I can tell stories that they have, and at my current job, people knew about. I never told anybody about my YouTube channel, and people like figured it out somehow, without me ever telling anybody, ever bringing it up, ever talking to anybody about it, and like people would like come and like ask me about it and shit like that. Oh yeah, and then one time, um, yeah, I had someone yell at me about my politics. That was fun. Um, but yeah, so yeah, that kind of stuff has happened before, and it's interesting, but I've learned to accept it at this point. It is what it is. I'm uh, very used to people not liking my politics at this point. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Just don't listen to anything that anybody says. Really, like, who cares what some random person told you about their opinions about who or who shouldn't be in politics? I don't care. I am going to live my life how I want to, irrespective of what you say. And all of this is like, I am definitely a far leaning guy. Like, I, I don't think that the revolution is going to come with guns and bullets or anything like that in the 21st century. I think the revolution is going to be, everyone talks about quiet quitting. I think it's going to be like a quiet revolution almost, where people just check out of the system, really, and they start finding ways to build systems parallel to what we have now, essentially. So yeah, I am still pretty much I'm a revolutionary, but I'm not out there to grab a gun and like overthrow the Capitol or anything like that. Like I said, I think there's going to get to a point where people just realize that the way things are unsustainable, and it's just a waste of time to keep running on that kind of hamster wheel for the man, and people are just going to check out. And we kind of saw that during the pandemic, where people kind of started to reassess some of their life situation or life priorities, and they basically kind of said, maybe I want to have a better work-life balance. Maybe I don't want to slave away forever and be a wage slave forever. And I think that changed the way people think about their relationship to work, I think. But we shall see. I trust a convicted criminal. I just said, yeah. I mean, politics is unfortunately it's crappy. It's terrible, but it still dictates what happens in your life, which sucks. I wish we like in a lot of ways. I kind of wish we didn't really have to pay attention to it, but we still kind of do. Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, it's my views on Trotskyism. I tend to believe that Trotsky was kind of overrated, for sure. He was definitely a kind of a person that a lot of people, um, think would have would have been way different from Stalin, but I honestly don't think he would have been that different. So yeah, I don't know. I think, long story short, I think yeah, Trotsky a little bit overrated. Not like, there's some people that you say Trotsky to, and like who are on the left, and like their mouths like they foam up and like, oh my god, Trotsky. Definitely don't have that kind of Trotsky derangement syndrome. That's the word I'm looking for. They have Trotsky derangement syndrome. Don't have that, but yeah, he's not. He kind of it's interesting, back in the day, back a decade ago, Trotsky I think was kind of having a renaissance almost. Like people were really looking at him and be like, man, maybe this guy really had something figured out. And now in this decade, people are taking a second look at that, being like, you know what, maybe not so much. Maybe we kind of overestimated our love affair with Trotsky. The original ones. I think the OG anarchist philosophers. What the fuck? Oh my god, my phone is trying to again thinks I'm trying to talk to it. Anyway, what the hell was I saying? Yeah, the OG anarchist philosophers. I think they're awesome, personally. A lot of them were. I don't really agree with some of their beliefs. In fact, I definitely wouldn't consider myself an anarchist. But that being said, while I don't consider myself an anarchist, I do think that anarchists, actually both of the leftist variety and the ANCAP variety, have some very interesting thought experiments and critiques of society that really make you rethink things. But at the end of the day, neither of their ideologies are really applicable to reality. When the rubber meets the road, unfortunately, both leftist anarchism and anarcho-capitalism tend to fall apart pretty quickly. They was going to bring a democratic socialist utopia. Yeah, ignoring. Yeah, he was definitely not as humanitarian as he was billed, or is billed by a lot of people. At least Lauren Boebert still losing here. Abortion ballot measures projected to pass in California and Vermont. Okay, abortion is right in the Constitution. Senator Coons. Well, let's see what this guy says. Oh, man. Net 5 for Republicans so far. I don't know where I am on the screen right now. I wish I could have a... There we go. Oh, you want to check what Newsmax is saying? Okay. Can you guys hear that okay? Oh, you guys can't hear this at all, can you? Fuck. Sorry about this, guys. Let me... I just realized you can't actually hear what is happening right now. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's low. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what goes. Let's go find some other talking heads. See what they're saying. I think I might be doubling that up. Yeah, there we go. Is that better, guys? Should be better. Yeah, I see. I see what's happening. It's gone. So hopeful about the Senate. They're hopeful. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll dive into some crazy shit, I suppose. Let's do that. But yeah, the Democrats, like I said, they definitely benefit from the low expectations everybody has essentially set for them, and the Republicans are basically anything less than total domination is a loss. All right, let's see. Let's go to Newsmax. Get some real crazy shit going on here. All right. Man, look at this website. This is such shitty website design. I feel like we've been bouncing between a lot of these different news sites today, and this definitely feels like 2005 like website design is what I'm getting this feeling right now. Can you guys hear that or no? Oh, they're coping a little bit here. I'm surprised. I thought they would be doing maybe a little bit of a song and dance. No, you guys can't hear? Oh shit. I hear, for me it's like overwhelmingly loud. God damn. Damn. Sorry guys. I don't know why we're not able to really hear this. Because she's like super. She's like this crazy lady is like screaming in my ears right now, and you guys can barely hear her. Very. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, I don't know why we weren't able to get a lot of volume there. I apologize for that. That being said, just of what they said, I'm surprised they're coping a little bit. They were definitely coping a little bit. There, they are saying that we couldn't the headwinds were against us, couldn't fight gravity. The Democrats outspent us. So I guess they're definitely saying that they're not having the night that they would have hoped, and Democrats again are just happy that they're not getting demolished right now. So it's interesting to see. Interesting to see that. Check if your screen audio is too low. Yeah, I think I have an issue here. Oh, you know what? I got it. Here's what my fucking issue was. I think I got this figured out here, guys. Sorry. Streaming is not my strongest suit, unfortunately. Let me try this. If I hit this button, will you guys hear it? Oh, did you guys hear that? Well, hopefully you guys heard that. Oh man, they're still on the pillow. This guy, he's advertising. What's this guy's name? Mike Lindell or something? Isn't this guy totally crazy? I don't know enough about him, honestly. I just know he's got his pillow thing. Okay, perfect. In that case, maybe we'll actually be able to hear what these suckers are saying, and go from there. Yeah, once this commercial break is over, I'll let you guys absorb their craziness for a little bit, and I'm probably gonna go take a whiz. And oh, you're missing the My Pillow ad. Yeah, I'm not gonna subject you guys to that. Don't worry. But yeah, when they come back, you'll get a dose of the insanity. While I take a quick break. 2 copies. Why? Was one for you? Like to says like, I have one, and I got this for your son. I got you a copy of Mike Lindell's autobiography. I don't know why I'm making your dad sound like a chain smoker in this scenario, but that's what I imagine he sounds like. All right, we'll check over these goofs a little bit later. Let's see if we can get a quick update on anything here. Well, let's see what the Mighty Needle has to say. Nothing really changing here. So yeah, he's probably deep in that old Fox News rabbit hole. You never watched, so you're kind of excited to see what these guys have to say. Yeah, we'll check it out here in a bit. Let's just see. I just want to check in on the Senate race here. John Fetterman still in the lead with 77% voting. Okay, here we go. We're going back.
I mean,
and he's still doing push-ups.
Rob, wow.
Yeah.
He will not be.
You guys hear that? Hear these guys?
You'd be saying something
How could it have
you
been that
were a
close?
senator, you would know. Rick Santorum
Really? The
says
race is
he's
tall
not
for
gonna be happy.
Fetterman?
Not going to be happy. I can tell you that right now.
You call him
89.
up right now. Tell me he made a mistake.
He'll be 95 at the end of the term. He'll
I'll
probably
tell
run
you
again.
what. He's
I
putting
missed the
President Biden to shame.
commercials.
For sure.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick whiz here,
And he's great on social
and
media, too.
I'm going to
Grassroots social
subject you
media,
to this
he
war
comes
crime.
across like a good 25
Well, I'll be right
I
back.
need some help from him.
It's amazing stuff. All right, let's go to Bill Caruso and John McLaughlin in the newsroom. Gentlemen,
Oh, shit. Sorry about that, guys.
Grassley wins.
look
I
at
guess
these
that's not a big
ghouls.
surprise to you. Let's talk a little bit about the Senate, John, for a second. The results we've seen
Okay,
so
we're-
far. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it bodes well for the Republicans. They're not winning by major landslides, but they are picking up seats. And it looks like, again, the early vote came in for the Democrats in terms of absentees, in terms of the early vote in person. And then the election day vote is counted last. So all of a sudden you're seeing Oz close dramatically. You're seeing Herschel Walker go from well behind to a little ahead. Bud in North Carolina, the Republican candidate, has gone up by 4 after he was losing badly. So you're seeing these races close, but like a lot of the polls said, it was going to be close. So you have close victories and some of them tough defeats like in New Hampshire, et cetera. So we will see. It may take a little while to figure out who actually controls the Senate.
Yeah, Bill, over to you. Your thoughts.
Yeah, listen, it's not as bad a night as I thought it was going to be sitting here as the Democratic strategist. I mean, I think there were wild predictions early on that, we might see somewhere like 54 seats. I don't think the Republicans are going to get there. It's going to be interesting to see, and I agree. We've got a long night to go still, and the early votes definitely favor my side of the aisle. But,
What do you attribute it to, Bill? I mean, you obviously are doing better than you thought that you would. You're doing categorically better than I thought that you would.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I think it's 2 things, and I heard it on the earlier panel. It's money and it's organization. I don't think it was our message. I think our messages were all over the place and not the right messages. But I do think Democrats have the ability, whether it's through early vote or back in the olden days was on election day, turnout. And Democrats were able to turn out their voters And they did that through the power of unions. They did it through the power of money and spend. And they did that in the power of just, frankly, grassroots.
That's well said. All
All
right,
right.
gentlemen. Thank you so much.
All right, we do want to welcome in Kelly Sadler now, commentary editor at the Washington Times. Kelly, good to see you this evening. Thanks for staying up with us, almost here in the 12 o'clock hour.
Wow.
All right, so, something we talked about is
Chick's
the white
reporting from
suburban
her,
woman vote.
like, grandma's
and we were
living
talking about
room
this a
here or
little bit earlier
something
at the
like that.
table, but this...
All right,
Democrats
there you
really
go.
came out
How
with
was
the
that,
abortion
guys?
issue.
Did you
It was
guys
their
enjoy it?
number one thing. Do you think that was...
Did you guys learn anything
a dark horse?
important
Because
or
it wasn't
new
polling
or
actually that
valuable?
high in the end. It was only polling about 15%. But do you think that has had something to do with what we're seeing right now?
Well, I think it mattered in some races.
man.
If you look at
Okay.
Michigan, for example, a lot of networks are projecting that
I'll
Gretchen
shut these
Whitmer
guys up
has.
for you. Okay. Well, that was a fun detour. I don't know if we've learned anything new. The union. Why? What's bad? What? Put Charlie. No, I don't want to do that. Charlie Kirk. He's not the worst of the right-wing commentators or what have you out there, but God, I just find that guy so boring. He never has anything interesting, valuable, or entertaining to say. That guy sucks. House Majority Leader won re-election. Looks like there's nothing really here worth, nothing new or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk Street. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. They do have an interesting look about them. Breaking news: Guy Fieri has been reelected mayor of Flavortown. I don't know, guys. I've always had trouble taking somebody who dyes their goatee blonde seriously. I can't do it. I can't handle it. Let's see if we've got any flips according to the good old Google Matron. Google Matron, tell us what do we see? Maybe this is broken. It's just been saying lost 4, gained 2 all night long, and yeah, this has been the longest election that incumbents have slowly, basically, crawled forward on, and yeah. I don't know how much longer. What time? We could probably go for another hour. I'd say this is going to be the last hour of the stream. So there's our 1 hour warning. As much as I would like to go all night long, I don't think we're going to get many more results after this next hour. So hopefully we can get some definitive calls in before then. But man, oh man. Okay, let's see. Georgia, still 90% of the vote now reporting 20,000 vote lead for Herschel Walker. That will take days? God damn, you Americans. Go learn to count vote. Why does this take so goddamn long? For the love of Christ. I know, I get it. It's a big country, but, the Brazilian election, what is the population of Brazil? Again, I think it's 150 million? Or I think I actually might be bigger than that. Oh, this crap is in front of me. I can't type. Population of Brazil. Not even close to my right spelling. Okay, 214 million. So, yeah, I mean, it's about 125 million less people than the United States. Excuse me, 115 less million-ish. And, they were able to figure out the results a lot quicker than what's going on right now. And yeah, this just, I don't know. This has been my biggest problem with American elections in perpetuity, is they just take so painfully long. I don't have a streaming schedule. This is just mainly, I do have a weekly show now, which I've been able to keep up, which is fantastic, and we will have a weekly show on Friday. But I don't have a streaming schedule. I would like to squeeze in a stream, but it's they've downgraded this to probably Republican. That is interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. They want to block me from seeing this. But yeah, it's just always bothered me that it's taken so long to get the vote in on these elections. The signature system they use for verification, man. Part of California issues, you can send your mail in. Oh, okay, and it'll still be counted later if it's postmarked. I see. Do you guys have advanced voting in the States? That is one thing I am thinking about doing, is having, like, I'm going to get there for sure. But yeah, I do want to have people like sending questions, call in, whatever. I like to have more user content and user engagement for Chatter and Skull. Just right now, like I'm setting planks up for the show, so that'll come for sure. Yeah, I do. I've been trying to upload more consistently. The nice thing about something like this and about a show like Chatter and the Skull is I can work on that show, because the way my life works, a lot of constant interruptions in my life, and doing this and doing that, and having time like this to be able to stream for this long is rarity. But the thing with Chatter and the Skull is, like, I can work on that at little bits at a time, write notes, come up with ideas, and then when I'm ready to record, I pretty much have everything ready to go. But when I record game footage, it's just hard to find the time to sit down for a couple hours and record long stretches of game footage. But now that I have the studio, it's going to be a lot easier. Oh, still nothing here. Current NBC projection is 116 Democrat, 119 Republican. Okay, good. So yeah, you do have, because, yes, I mean, I'd love to have some sort of call-in system. We can definitely think about. We'll definitely work something out. Crap, lost my train of thought. Thanks, bud. Oh yeah, that's what I always do. I always vote early. That is my preferred method of voting. I don't like mail-in voting. I don't like voting in person, because it always takes forever. So I always vote early. And skip out on the big line, and then I can chill on election day. Yeah, I know. It's amazing. It's amazing. I got a lot of you guys hooked right at that vulnerable young age when nostalgia like really can sink its teeth in. So yeah, you're stuck with me pretty much. Stuck with me for life. So take that. Yeah, we are rapidly closing in on the end of the night, I would say. Another key Democrat race projected. Hey, Sly, who called Pennsylvania for Fetterman? I want to see what is your source for this, because this is not what I am really seeing. Let's see what some of these. Maybe is it Twitter? Because projects. Bert Hume concedes there's no red tsunami for the GOP. Again, good. It is not the red wave. The polling said otherwise. I was skeptical of the polling. Yeah. Well, I'm happy I did that. I have actually a lot of people who have said that you've really opened my mind on a lot of issues. And even though I don't agree with all the crazy shit you say, you've got me to think differently. And that is awesome. I love that. That I can get people to just think about issues in a different manner. And even if we don't always agree. I don't know why I was highlighting that. I was just kind of highlighting it for no particular reason. Okay. It's only a projection. Okay, there you go. Don't rush to say things like that. Ted Budd. This guy, I don't know who this guy is, but this is definitely my quote of the evening so far. LMAO, if this comes down to California House seats, we might know by Thanksgiving if we're lucky. And that's how I'm feeling right now, that it's going to take a long time to shake everything out. Whoops. Oh, perfect. There you go. Maybe I have figured it out. Forecast now projects Republicans to win 203 and 290, 229 seats in the House. That at this late date, that is such a vague prediction. It's like meaningless. It's meaningless. We're now at hour 3 of this stream, and we have no idea who's going to win that. Well, sorry, we have a vague idea, excuse me, of who's going to win the House, and we have we have no idea who's going to win the Senate. Vague idea of who might win the House, zero idea who is going to take the Senate, and after 3 hours, the forecast can only give us a almost 30-seat variation. It's, like I said, it's meaningless. I know. So basically, they're either going to win a majority or not a majority. That's like the only two options that are on the table in the two-party system. So we still don't know. Essentially, I guess is what I'm saying. That prediction doesn't help us. Yeah, exactly. They may or may not lose. Yeah. I feel like after 3 hours, we are not closer to anything. Besides knowing that, yes, this is indeed a close election. Fetterman is also running 5 points behind Shapiro's pace in Center County. Although Shapiro did have a very dominant performance. Let's see what his vote tallies are right now. Uh, 55% with 85% of the vote reporting. Yeah, that's a big victory here. All right, 10 minutes ago, polls close in Hawaii. We're gonna learn some real. This is actually going to be an interesting seat too. Alaska. When do the polls close in Alaska? Anything else change? change my mind on politics. Like in terms of my radical leanings, I would definitely say just one thing I definitely would say is that I used to have a lot more authoritarian, quote unquote, leanings. I used to care a lot more, I guess, what people did with their time. But now in my old age, when you know, got a family, everything like that, I just have so many things going on in my day-to-day life that I generally don't care at all what people do. And I have zero interest in micromanaging people's lives for them because I got a lot of shit going on right now. So I guess I will say that as I've gotten older, I've definitely skewed more towards a kind of libertarian streak. And just caring a lot less what, like I said, what people do with themselves. Sarah Palin extremely high on some sort of stimulant rambling into the camera. No, I haven't seen that, but that definitely sounds like something that could have happened. America says, so we have no strong third parties. Yeah, that is so sad that there's no strong third parties in America. It's really depressing, to be quite honest. 36 seconds ago, looks like we got the projected winner in New Mexico. This is the governor's race. So this is, again, incumbents still doing well. These midterms are saying, the American people are saying, like, things are fine as they are, mostly. Like, that's actually kind of the feeling that I'm getting right now. But yeah, one thing, though, that I've always been really steadfast in is like very left-leaning, economically speaking, like that hasn't changed, even as I've done things like, you know, grown-up things like get a mortgage and jobs and, you know, all that adult bullshit. I still lean pretty left, like extremely left, economically speaking, that's for sure. That has not changed at all. I wonder, actually, does anyone know what, I should just look it up, but you guys would probably be faster, what Ocasio-Cortez's district is. I want to see if we know how she did. I'm sure she probably. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got it. NY14, yeah, 71% did. She did just fine. That was not unexpected. And with 79% of the vote reporting, Bobart still still not in the lead, still bleeding support. Excuse me. Man, I am starting to get a little raspy, but that's okay. I haven't recently because again, just other things have been taking up time. But yeah, I definitely used to do a lot of that kind of stuff. Go to protests and meetings and that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's the one thing that I have always stayed very, very left on is my economic views. See AOC dance to people from town hall, yelling, "Let her speak." I did not see that video. Is this like a recent video? I don't know. Like those kind of things. Like I'm a little bit less interested in, even when it comes to like, you know, things like the right. Like one of my biggest problems with the way Donald Trump was covered and continues to be covered in the media and by establishment left-leaning people is that they it's all personality-based attacks. It's never like policy-based attacks and that kind of stuff. And, it's fine to like talk about how bad his personality is, but at some point you have to offer something valuable and meaningful. And I feel like they definitely didn't do that in a lot of circumstances. So yeah, I'm not big on the whole like politics of personality so much. I know I can do it from time to time. Everybody does, but I try to stay away from it and stick more to politics and policy as much as possible. CBS moved the governor's race in Arizona to lean Democratic. Yeah, let's see if we can get some Arizona results. We should have maybe a clearer picture now. Crap. There we go. I don't know why I was having trouble finding that. 51% of the vote reporting Hobbs with a 57% lead. That is definitely interesting. This would be interesting to see like a very clear Trump excuse me guys, sorry about that. Affiliated candidate go down so substantially in Arizona. If I'm not mistaken, Lake is the one that's like the big into the election denial thing, and like I think she was like on Steven Crowder and shit like that, like super far right. So if she goes down, it would be a pretty big rebuke of that type of politics. Well, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of Hassan. I like his politics, but he always kind of just, his attitude always rubbed me as that kind of, frat boy, kind of douchey style. So he's not my favorite, but yeah, I think he's definitely, in terms of politics and policy, he's right most of the time. All right. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, this has been a long one. I've got another 40 minutes or so before I'll probably have to call it in as well. 86% of the vote here in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman continues to lead 49% to 48%. Germa? Who's Germa? Georgia, 91% of the vote reporting. That's just county. We have now Walker falling below that 49% threshold and still just clinging on to a lead by the skin of his teeth. Okay. This sus guy. I don't know, man. In Wisconsin, with 80% of the vote reporting, we have Ron Johnson again clawing his leads slowly, clawing a slowly ever-growing lead. He's now leading by 4 points. So it looks like, unfortunately, he's going to win that. That sucks. That would be a nice pickup. But, no, it's like it's like a no wave. It's like a status quo. It feels like a very status quo election so far. We've been at this for 3 hours. There have been 0 seats gained or lost in the Senate. Governor, we have 2 gained Democratic seats, and the House is still too close to call. So it's too close to call still. It's definitely, there's definitely more so far for the Democrats to be happy about. But if they lose, yeah, if they lose some of these key Senate races, oh man, I'm starting to get a little bit. Oh, here we go. Let's give this a whirl. The House, we have still Republicans only gaining so far 2 seats, and it's going to go down to the wire, I think, in the House for sure. Where Warnock was ahead of Walker, man. This is like the seesaw election right here in Georgia. This is definitely the one that has been the tightest. 91%. Where are you getting these numbers here, Sly? Why are these highlighted in green all of a sudden? That was weird. Yeah, we got 91%, 92% of the vote reporting still. It looks like Walker maintains a tiny lead. Pennsylvania, again, Fetterman still holding on. How are things looking in Philadelphia? Still got a lot. Click on the actual page, full state results. Oh, okay. Yeah, I still not seeing it here, man. Oh yeah, I haven't even talked about that. There's been so much other crap going on. As someone who is not really a Twitter user, obviously I don't tweet. The most I ever use Twitter is times like now when I want... Oh, Florida, obviously. The Democrats got stomped pretty much in Florida. It looks like Florida is becoming the home of the 21st century GOP movie. Okay. I see what you mean. But yeah, so the only time I really use Twitter is like at times like these when I'm trying to get information on some big event that's happening live in front of us all, like an election. And I don't really have a dog in the fight. I don't like the idea of a billionaire owning Twitter. Like I get really uncomfortable when billionaires start going outside of their lane. Like we had a great debate on the Discord once over who was the worst billionaire, Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. And in my opinion, Jeff Bezos is still the worst billionaire, and that's because he has so many. He's got his hands in so many different industries. That makes me very uncomfortable that he can leverage his power to basically outmuscle competition in all these other areas. And now with Elon Musk buying Twitter, he's starting to get into more and more of that realm where he's going outside of, kind of what he was good at, which is, I guess, building cars, and starting to get into the realm of communications and social media. That makes me uncomfortable. But so far, seeing what he's done, it's been just such a dumpster fire that it's been hilarious to watch. It's been amazing to watch, and I can't wait to see what happens next. I feel like every day is going to be something new and something weird with Elon Musk running Twitter, and I do feel legitimately sorry for the people who have like a vested interest in the platform. But as someone who doesn't have a vested interest in the platform, watching this dumpster fire is exceedingly entertaining. Trump versus DeSantis, who will win? I think that right now, I still think that Trump will probably win just because he's like the OG, and for these people, loyalty is extremely important. So I do think that when push comes to shove, Trump will still be the guy, unless he just gets like so badly politically kneecapped by something like, say, an indictment, which people are people are saying, rumors are spreading, is going to happen after this election. So that may kneecap him, but we shall see. I mean, lots of things have been trying to kneecap him before. So I do think that when it comes to a general election, Ron DeSantis has a better chance of winning a general election for sure. But in winning at the GOP primary, I think Trump's still the guy. Yeah, the Jeff Bezos megacorp owning an airline, pharmaceutical company, real estate, books, online shopping, space flight, groceries. Yeah, like exactly like you said. That is what makes me the most uncomfortable about the guy. Yeah, and Musk is like his Neville Chamberlain takes on Ukraine. Like, I don't know. It's clear. Excuse me, guys. It's clear the guy does not have a very good concept of foreign policy, and you should shut up about, like, I hate this kind of stuff, like being like just not talk about it. I'm not one of those kind of guys that's be like, people just need to shut up about these certain things. But when you are a powerful figure talking about stuff that has real world impact, and you don't know what's going on, like you can fuck things up. So maybe you should be a little bit more careful with your words. Comes to some random guy on the internet, I don't care. Say whatever the hell you want. But when you've got some actual power, maybe think a little bit about what you're saying. No, he's good at using his parents' money to invest in an obvious growth sector and leverage his weird nerd persona to sell himself. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. He definitely has a snake oil salesman vibe to me, more than any of the big billionaires out there. Like, he definitely has, like, that snake oil salesman archetype. Like, Jeff Bezos comes off really, like, cold sociopathic to me. Mark Zuckerberg is barely a human being. Elon Musk is your quintessential... he's your quintessential snake oil salesman, and I guess like Bill Gates, he's like the nerd, just the quiet nerd that's there. Although a lot of people don't like him. I mean, he's not my favorite guy, but I don't have like a vehement hatred for him that a lot of people seem to have. Let's see here. Kelly Lake is giving a speech. Oh no, we won't know what her speech is. Well. We'll see what this new crap is. It's probably more important because it's new. With Buzzmaze, I feel like we're both, we're definitely moving. Like, I don't know if you guys saw Edge Runners, but oh my god, that hit me right here. And like I looked at, I watched that anime, and I was like, man, we are moving closer. The older I get, the closer we're moving to this world, not further away, right? And as someone who, has a kid and is thinking about future generations, it's like, I do not want my kid to grow up in a world like this. So I have to try and stop it somehow, some way. But it's, we're definitely moving. And it's all connected. The biggest point that we're really grappling with right now is corporate power versus government power. Which one of those is going to rule into the 21st century? And right now, it looks like corporate power is doing pretty well. Yeah, I'll just it will be a pretty shitty cyberpunk dystopia. Yeah, especially if like although I hear Meta and the metaverse is pretty junk, but especially if Zuckerberg is able to get his ridiculous project off the ground. Yeah, it won't be colorful because we'll all just be inside with our VR headsets, and we'll all be meeting up in a fake virtual reality. But yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. it's a fun thing to you know, speculate about, but yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I do not like that he is buying up a lot of those farms in the Midwest. That is a big issue, and actually, the real difference between Canada and the United States. I found this out recently, that corporate farms in the United States are out of control. There are very, very few family farms, but here in Canada, we actually maintain that smaller farm structure for whatever reason. We have been able to maintain smaller family farms, and what usually happens is that the small farm that grows potatoes will then take most of their potatoes and then sell them to Lay's Canada, and they'll turn them into potato chips type of thing. So it's not like the mega corp owns the farm here. They just sell their products to Megacorp, which is still better. I mean, it's not the best, but at least it's a little bit better. I don't know what, yeah. I voted for Kodos, yep. There's definitely kind of that feeling here. Okay, yep. She's Kelly Lakes. Let's see what Kelly Lakes
You make
says here,
this
guys.
victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on election day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage.
What does that even mean?
But how do you get fair and free elections? You have to fight and win to make them fair and free. And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this. We are going to win this.
The big wait. Yeah, there you go. That was the... Yeah, so she's obviously not conceding. You can definitely tell right there that she has intentions to fight this. And, it really is shitty to go to a voting place and not have, and be told that you can't vote for, like, technical difficulties. Like, how hard can this be? There shouldn't be technical difficulties in voting, but I have, don't want to give any credence to any kind of widespread actions like that. Who knows if this is just like one person. That's the one thing, right? A lot of these are like, it's one person who had one issue, who knew a guy who knew this guy type of thing. But yeah. Is she praying to God? Yeah, it was a rough speech, that's for sure. Yeah, that's interesting to see how they weaponize the concept of fair and free. But yeah, it is very interesting as an outsider to watch these elections and just see like all the stupid crap that happens. Again, it is different here. It's a very different system here in Canada because we have a board called Elections Canada, which sets the rules for everybody across the country when it comes to our federal elections, and it's all done by the same way, same body, same purview. From my understanding, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, states have a lot more leeway in terms of how they decide who votes and how, essentially. And the fact that they don't have basically like a federal body that essentially dictates the rules of an election, what the rules are that all the states have to abide by, to me is just bizarre. It seems like that a country that like this, that is the biggest democracy on the planet, should have some sort of board that ensures that the rules across all the states are the same. And I don't know. It just seems it's one of the weird oddities of the American system. And oh shit, where's my thing? Yeah, there are essentially 50 separate elections. It's I don't know. This is why it takes so long. Like Nevada, we're waiting forever on, and California, we're not gonna know until fucking Thanksgiving. It's ridiculous. I don't know. So the way riding are drawn up in Canada is Elections Canada does it themselves, basically, and they are the main way that gerrymandering can quote unquote happen is sometimes the party in charge can add more seats to the parliament, which is what happened in 2015 when Justin Trudeau got elected. That they increased, Stephen Harper actually did this, Conservative Prime Minister, increased the amount of seats in Parliament from, I think it was 208 to 230. And when it came time to draw up all the boundaries, they had Elections Canada, basically. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan board that comes together and redraws the boundaries and decides where they're going to add these new ridings. So the government doesn't have a direct say in where these ridings are going to go, but they can add more seats if they wanted to. Do I think the United States should become more or less centralized? I think in some ways it definitely should become more centralized. And there are certain things that, I can't. I just see being a real problem. Like one of the big things is in Canada, all the laws are set federally. Most of them essentially are set federally, and they are applicable from province to province to province. Whereas in the United States, laws can vary wildly from state to state, and that to me personally seems silly. Stew the election stress. Move, breathe easy like a baby. Limit your scrolling. Yeah, I mean, I guess the one nice thing is not being American is I am not feeling that stressed right now. This isn't, I can kind of have the benefit of being an outsider looking in a little bit, even though, again, my wife is American, kid's a dual citizen, and I live right next to the country, so what happens there is going to affect what happens here, no matter what. So yeah, it's I still do have somewhat of an interest in what is happening, but that being said, I'm still obviously an outsider here, so I feel a lot less stressed going over this, where I imagine that Americans that have more of a dog in the fight are a little bit stressed, especially like this Senate, is insanely close. This is ridiculous. Let's see if we can get some more results here. California should be blue. Yeah, of course they're going to be blue, but yeah, there is definitely, I can see issues, and that's an issue here in Alberta, but it's the opposite, where conservatives have so much power that a lot of political corruption can happen. Unfortunately, that seems like it's changing here. But yeah, when you do have a one-party rule, things can get out of hand. Yeah, I think that the American system, you know, a lot of people like defend I'm not an electoral college guy, that's for sure. Yeah, the American system can use some serious updating and changing. Because what we have now, I don't know. I don't know. Again, it's kind of you know, it's a democracy that, you know, is supposed to be setting the trend for other countries and this advanced. I just feel like every time it's like here's my analogy. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit fucking drunk now. But my analogy is it's like EA or Blizzard or whatever, one of these big countries releases a game. You know, you think this is a AAA studio. You know, they have all this money, all these resources. You know, they're got all these minds working on their servers and shit like that. They should be able to launch a multiplayer game on launch day without issues. You think that wouldn't be a problem, but every single fucking time they launch the game, it's an issue. There are issues. You can't play it. You can't get in. It takes forever. It's the same thing with American elections. And every single time, this is comes down to this sweat fest that takes days or weeks to figure out. Oh, no, through party. Yeah, you definitely don't see a lot of gridlock here. You know, and that is one of the advantages of the parliamentary system in general, is that there isn't a lot of separation between the legislative and executive branch. So the prime minister has a lot of power to do what he wants to do and get what he wants to get what he wants to get done. Oh, here you go. Okay, you were right, Sly. It does look like Warnock is in the lead now with 94% of the vote reporting. Warnock has regained the lead by a tiny margin. Still neither of them above 50%. This is, again, let's see how things are going in Pennsylvania with 88% of the vote reporting. John Fetterman still maintains a lead, not by much, by about 50-ish thousand votes. And there's not a lot of... But here's the thing. This is the thing why most people are saying, Fetterman's going to win this race, because Philadelphia still has only 67% of the vote reporting. There is a lot of votes still to be counted out of Philadelphia. And yeah, who are we still? Wisconsin. Damn, it does look like Ron Johnson is going to pull it out. I was really hoping he'd go down. Yeah, this is... And let's see what things are going, how things are going in Arizona. Democrats doing surprisingly well in Arizona. This was one I think a lot of people pegged as being a lot closer. But that being said, yeah, right now, Kelly leading by 17 points. In Nevada, with 1% of the vote reporting, the Republican leads by 72%. I don't know why that made me think of that stupid Office skit where they're trying to get Stanley to see if he can notice anything, or if he's always distracted by his crossword puzzle or whatever. They go to the meeting and everybody's sitting in the opposite direction, and Michael Scott's like, our sales in Jupiter are up 700,000%. I don't know why that made me think of that. close gubernatorial elections here in the Rust Belt in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is getting very close. Again, I thought that this would be a win for the Republicans, and it still may be because the Republican is only behind by a handful of votes, about 30,000, with 83% reporting. I don't know who Darren Bailey is. Sorry. Gretchen Whitmer, 63%. I think she's going to win. We'd be surprised if Gretchen Whitmer loses. How many beers until you discuss your revolutionary politics with us? I've only got one more beer. I didn't get a whole lot because I knew that if I went overboard, I'd go overboard. So, but my revolutionary politics are, like I said, I don't know what you want me to talk about. Like I think one thing the left, the whatever, socialists or the far left maybe particularly, is come up with a coherent alternative to what we have now. Because basically I feel like the only options on tap are to defend the ever-crumbling status quo or, goose step in authoritarian fascism. And I want more than those two options. I want an actual, real, revolutionary, progressive option on the table, and we have nothing like that currently. And I don't know how we're going to get to this kind of cohesive, cohesive plan that we can sort of rally behind. But people got to start thinking about it. They got to start talking about it because, how things are now, they're unimaginably crappy, and it just feels like they're going to get crappier. So I don't want to do that. 100%, I would let my kid play Paradox games. Why wouldn't I let her play Paradox games? Like, I learned so much in terms of geography from Paradox games that it has been nothing but a boon to me. Talk about how the state and this country is an extension of capital. That would be the funniest outcome. Wait, what would be the funniest outcome? But yeah, of course I'd let her play Paradox games. But yeah, I basically essentially talking about how the rich run the show. The corporate power runs the show, essentially. That the tail is wagging the dog type of thing. The capital is running the country when really the country should be running the capital. It comes down to, I think the best outcome here, like if we sit here and we're all like trying to figure out what's going on, if the Democrats retain the House and Paradox games, like all the Paradox games, any of them, especially Crusader Kings, no. But it's giving you trouble, eh? Hate it when it does that. Yeah, Crusader, I still definitely think Crusader Kings 2 is better than Crusader Kings 3. As I don't think Crusader Kings 3 is bad. It's just not as good as Crusader Kings 2. At least not yet. Maybe one day it'll get there. I mean, Crusader Kings 2 has the benefit of a decade of DLCs and development and advancement. Oh, she's not political at all, really. And she's more like right-wing than I am. But then again, it's like I'm a pretty left-wing guy, so most people are more right-wing than I am. Still, Bobart losing with 80% of the vote, and that is so far. This has been the best news of the night. Third time's a charm. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one thing about Crusader Kings 3 that has been a huge disappointment, is that the DLC they have released for the game has been nowhere near as good as DLCs for other games. And yeah, crazy. But yeah, the DLC has been nowhere near as good as like other games, especially in comparison to Crusader Kings 2. And there hasn't been as, it's been ridiculously overpriced, and they haven't really addressed the core issues with the game, which is that fucking Warfare really blows chunks. And it even feels like Warfare was nothing great in CK2 either, but it felt way more impactful. I don't know. It is definitely kind of one of those intangible things that is hard to explain. But no, I haven't been following any mods for Crusader Kings 3. But yeah, it just felt like Warfare had more impact than it did in than it does in CK3. Still haven't watched House of the Dragon, and I haven't watched what the hell's the other one? The Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power or whatever. Haven't watched either of those. Probably won't. Don't really have a huge inclination to watch either of them right now. So I'll probably just leave those for NBC. Like that, yeah. One seat majority for the Democrats. That, I think I wasn't gonna say it'd be funny if the Democrats held the House and lost the Senate. That would actually be a funny outcome too. Is that it? The exact opposite of what virtually everybody was predicting. Yeah, that is a good point. Is CK2 definitely felt harder, and the Warfare felt more impactful. To NBC, where is this? Population of Brazil. Here's the crap we are surfing the web on today. Oh yeah, there have been a huge decline in AAA gaming. I don't care. Continue to cite. Fetterman beats Oz and Seth. Really? They're declaring that right now? They're actually, the NBC is declaring that Fetterman is going to beat Oz. Let's see what these goofs have to say. What do you say, goofs?
They're leading in Arizona, and there's a lot of math there that indicates Masters is underperforming Lake, and that's a problem. And we already know this is either runoff or somehow Warnock pulls it off. The big unknown of the night is what's going on in Nevada. Republicans were really bullish about Nevada. Democrats were really nervous about Nevada. But I don't know about you guys. I'm not assuming anything when it comes to Nevada turnout, what we thought it was going to be perhaps 12 hours ago. I'm not as convinced of anymore, so we'll see. But basically, it looks like Republicans are running out of seats in order to find control of the Senate.
By the way, and we should just mention this in Pennsylvania, this is a pickup for Democrats.
This is the first pickup. Yeah. This is the first road win, if you will. I said, is somebody going to win something on somebody else's turf? This is the first major, this is the only Senate pickup we've had so far.
The seat held by a Republican picked up by a Democrat, Andrea, in Pennsylvania.
Well, this is such a big deal because, first of all, this was Pat Toomey's seat, of course, but John Fetterman had so much difficulty.
Okay, you're done now. I don't care much about what you have to say. That was good enough for our purposes for the stream. That is a huge win, if that is what they are declaring. their projection, you're apparently according to Road Win. Yeah, that is not. That is definitely, yeah, not great terminology. That's for sure. But your projection, at least the projection here, is that the Democrats will, or sorry, excuse me, the Republicans will eke out a small majority. Fuck. What? This is, yeah. Again, I keep saying it, but it's hard to overstate. This is fucking close. Fucking close. Yeah. Now it's like all coming down to basically Nevada and Georgia. Did they? I can't remember if they had Arizona as a Democratic pickup, but I believe they did. Oh, here, I will post it right now, actually. Here. I hopefully can post a message right to, or right from the chat, or right to the chat from the Discord. Hopefully this isn't showing up for you guys on the stream, is it? No, okay, perfect. We'll just throw that out there. Invite people. Invite link. Here, I will give it for one day, so not everyone can jump on. No limit for one day. We do occasionally, but it's mainly just a great place to talk about shit like that. There we go. Perfect. But yeah, we just talk a lot, mostly. I do want to have more games, but ultimately I think I might have to leave that in the hands of my mods and stuff like that, because I don't know if I have the time myself to organize big events. But yeah, man, it is. So who else? Is anybody else here declaring Fetterman the winner in Pennsylvania? Okay, who else? MSNBC. Okay, NBC News was the first to project that Fetterman will win in Pennsylvania. Ours winning the national vote by 4%. That is interesting. If the Republicans only win by 4% and just barely eke out the House. Yes. Oh my God. I wonder if they still have Rise of Nations multiplayer. Man, okay, everyone is saying that Fetterman is winning in Pennsylvania. The first, yeah. Brett Baer from Phoenix News. Most of that margin is coming from Florida. Hey, I gotta hand it to the Republicans. They did really well in Florida tonight. There is no question about that. Fetterman will defeat Republican and former daytime host Mehmet Oz. And, you know, as much as I do like John Fetterman, and I do think that he is going to be, you know, fingers crossed, a great... I still, even to this day, I never count my chickens until they've hatched. But I really do think Fetterman is going to make a great senator for the state of Pennsylvania. And I do think it was more that Oz was a shitty candidate that brought it, that lost him that race at the end. Now we can normalize relations with Cuba. That would be nice. Okay. Yeah, we're probably going to wrap it up here pretty quick, especially with that call, because I can't see them calling. Okay. Democrats have flipped sheriff's race. Okay, nobody cares about the sheriff's race. I'm not a rebel. Yeah. No, it's Are You a Rebel? That was his thing. Let's see what the old Who's It machine says. Still no big changes here. Is New York Times calling it for Fetterman? Ken Paxton. Okay. They are not calling it for Fetterman yet. Interesting. Let's see some of these other Associated Press not calling it yet. So many great quotes from RTS units. I gotta make one of these days. I will make this video, which is just top 10 RTS quotes from units. I don't know. Oh no, will this actually work? I'm not sure.
AK-47s for everyone!
I don't know if you guys heard that. I can't hear it. Arizona, we still have. Okay, yeah, what's her face is not conceding. Lake. Man, Ronnie D just crushing it in Florida. I am definitely shocked about this margin. I thought it was going to be closer. I definitely thought Ron was going to win, but yeah, he definitely crushed it in Florida. Yeah, buttermilk biscuit. Okay, it did work. Beautiful. Well, I'm glad you guys can hear it at least. Even if I can't. Oh, shit. Oh, that's my bag of crap. Oh, yeah, that's right. They want me to subscribe or some bullshit before I can see. Incumbent governor, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, people were saying New York was close. They did take a long time to call New York. I am surprised by that. What is the final tally here? Wow, actually, yeah. This is definitely closer for New York than I think the Democrats would have liked. 53%. That is shocking. That is shockingly close. They definitely rushed to call that one a little early. Hey, wow, I did not know that Vermont had a Republican governor. Let's see if we've got anything else really. These Rust Belt elections are very close, though. Yeah, all of these Rust Belt elections are, with the exception of Pennsylvania, where Shapiro definitely did very well. But yeah, all these Rust Belt elections not as good for the Democrats as they would like. There's no question that area is becoming, it's becoming a toss-up in a lot of respects. which I don't know. Really, Democrats have on that one. Unfortunately, I think they have no one to blame but themselves. And I was really hoping we'd get some results out of Alaska tonight. This is one that people are interested in because it's held by a Democratic incumbent who probably won't win re-election, but she may. Oh, and Bobart is closing in now with 80% of the vote. It does look like she might actually squeeze it out. But yeah, I don't know if we're going to get any big calls tonight. But yeah, this is definitely not a great political shift. Again, this is a political standstill. This is what this looks like to me. This is not any side gaining definitive victory over another. This is two sides still clearly fairly evenly matched and going to be struggling for supremacy over one another in the future. 95% of the votes reporting in Georgia, and Warnock is now leading again. Still not a very large margin, 20,000 votes, so that is liable to flip at any moment in time. Interesting that no one else is really calling Pennsylvania. Ron Johnson, falling back. Ron Johnson is actually getting some of his lead being eaten into. So, yeah, fuck, man. I really wish I had, like, some great definitive fucking thing to say about this election after more than 4 hours of streaming and talking about it. Stand by before projection. Oh, I'm standing by, buddy. Yeah, yes, there we go. Fortified election. That's the phrase, eh? The red wave has begun. Nope, it has not. I am just very happy that it looks like Fetterman will win. Although, again, I'm still not rushing to declare as much as I would like to. Not a lot of other outlets have declared that race, but it definitely looks like he is on track to win it. Some results out of Nevada. Masto leading slightly. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. 44% of the vote. That's not leading slightly. That's leading by 11%. There we go. Finally, 20 seconds in ABC projects John Fetterman the winner in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think that I am going to be wrapping this one up pretty quick with that call because I don't think we're going to get anything more definitive for the rest of the night, although it is nice to see some results coming out of Naramata. This is not Naramata. Out of Nevada, but we're still not going to know anything until tomorrow morning. And unfortunately, I can't sit here and Kelly Lake tells supporters to wait for victory to come. It doesn't look like it's coming. You're going to be waiting a long time for that one. In any case, yeah, I think I'm just going to wrap the stream up here because I know as soon as I stop, something big is going to happen. Just be like, everything will be resolved immediately after I stop streaming. But no, I think it's about time to wrap it up. So if you guys have been with me this long, I want to thank you guys for watching. It's been DeComrade, signing off for now, and till next time. We'll hopefully by Friday, when the next Chatter and the Skull episode drops, hopefully we'll have some more definitive results that we can actually, say what the fuck is going on, and who is. Sorry, you're gonna have to be more. Who's Tory Evers? Is he? What state? Oh, Evers, that's in Wisconsin. That is interesting. He's Wisconsin governor. Okay, well, if he does win, that would be, he is actually slightly gaining some steam there. In any case, polls finally close in Alaska just as I'm about to head off. Okay, but yeah. Well, we will hopefully, they'll win in Wisconsin, but yeah. It's very close. In any case, yeah, I'm fading, guys. So yeah, this has been DeComrade signing off for now, and until next time, you guys take care.